Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Thursday, January 8th, 2026 work session. May I have an approval of the agenda? Actually, before we get started, I just want to let everybody know that we are live streaming, and so there's an audio mic on the table. So if you have a personal call or anything like that, and you need to step out, just so you don't have it like on the microphone. All right, and so yes, now may I have an approval of the agenda? Or a motion for it, sorry.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, Ms. Porter.
I move to approve the January 8th board workshop agenda.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Ms. Porter and seconded by Ms. Washington. Is there any discussion? All right, if there's no discussion, if board members will just raise their hand to give a vote. Everybody's present. One, two, three. What is that? Five of us? Six of us. Oh, sorry, six. All right. There are 6 yes, 0 no. I'm sorry, 6 yes, 1 not present. The motion passes. All right. Okay. All right. So first up, I just want to say thank you to everybody for coming today. Again, we're live streaming. That's kind of it's daunting a little bit, but it's also great because people get to see the actual work that we and hear the actual work that we do. And you guys are in your 80s and fitness gear, and that is for several reasons. One, because fitness, I like, one of the themes is power of we. And if you ever think about, I talked about it a little bit before, is you think about the Olympics. Everybody plays on a different team until they get together for the Olympics, and they play on the same team. And that team is Team USA, and so we are playing for Team USA, which is our students. And so I just want to say thank you all for making the sacrifice to be here with us. We're going to have some fun. We're going to do some great work. I believe that we're going to have some fun. And we're going to do some great work, and there's some great food. So if you haven't had an opportunity to grab food while we begin, we'll go from there. All right. So we're going to do, first up is our Glow and Grow. You got Ms. Washington. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Here we go, sorry. This one. Oh, yes, sorry, policy revision, sorry. Yeah, that's what it was. Wrong one, yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, I feel like the teacher is sitting at the group of students and can't see the other, so I'll stand if that's okay.
Yes.
All right, so in collaboration with our board policy contact, district administration presents revisions to 6 policies that you received prior to us going home for winter break. And so I want to go through those 6 policies so that there's a clear understanding of what the ask is, okay? Starting first with policy BCB, board member conflict of interest. We're really not proposing to change any content in that policy per se. What we would like to do is to remove the employee conflict of interest content from the policy, because this policy is supposed to be specifically for board members. And so what we're wanting to do is just delete the nepotism information in the policy that pertains to employees, because employees have a separate policy. What questions do you have on that one?
Any questions? No questions? All right, we'll get to it.
All righty. Policy GBEA, conflicts of interest, staff ethics. All right, so this is the one where I'm recommending a content change. So our nepotism policy prohibits any member of the superintendent's cabinet from having a family member be hired in the district, or if the family member is already hired in the district, it prohibits them from being promoted. So for example, if I have a family member who is a teacher in Richland 1, that family member cannot be hired in Richland 2. Regardless of how skilled they are, they cannot be hired in Richland 2 because our nepotism policy prohibits it. Also, if I have a family member who is a teaching assistant in Richland 2, and they were in that role prior to me becoming a part of superintendent's cabinet, of course, if they're a teaching assistant in Richland 2, they cannot be promoted to like an office professional position. They can, however, if they are a teaching assistant, be promoted to a teacher. That is the only allowance in the policy the way it's currently written. So any member of cabinet cannot have a family member be hired in the district, or if they're already in the district, they can't be promoted. All right, everybody understand that? Awesome. So another example, if there is a bus driver who is a relative, by definition of this policy, of a cabinet member, they cannot be promoted to a manager or hired as a hub supervisor. A bookkeeper, if a member of cabinet has a bookkeeper who is a family member, they can't be hired in our finance department if it's considered a promotion. And what we would like to ask is now that there's an understanding of how prohibitive it is that we remove that prohibition. Our policy is more prohibitive than any other district in the Midlands and any of the 5 largest school districts in the state. Now, I'm certain that when this was created, there was a reason at that time, and it served its purpose. And what we're feeling at this time is that it's causing us to have to relinquish talent. And so, and so the ask then is that we lift that restriction to allow members of superintendent's cabinets, family members, to be hired and promoted, so long as they are not directly supervised by a family member.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. And they won't, and the, I guess, the hire, or they will not be a part of the process of
Hiring process.
Correct.
interviewing and sitting on.
Correct. Interviewing, the selection process. If there is a disciplinary matter, they're not involved in that either.
Okay, perfect.
And recommendations, like.
Sorry?
The recommendations that.
Correct.
All that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they wouldn't be involved in any way. And actually, the instances that we've come across have been family members who were in a totally different department, and their paths really wouldn't cross anyway. What other questions do you have about that one? 'Cause it would be a big change for us in terms of our policy and practice. Yes, sir.
I'm assuming state law doesn't really deal with this a whole lot, just like with the board it does, but with this it
Correct.
doesn't. Okay.
You're absolutely correct. So in law, in the ethics law, it does have some stipulations by family members, board members, but none about employees. All righty. The next 2 policies, IC, school year, and ID, school day. I'll start with IC. This policy change really comes as a result of the legislation that was passed that requires a different number of work days and professional development days for teachers. We just wanted to update the policy to reflect that. I think it's the Educator Assistance Act, is what it's called.
Yep.
And then our recommendation in policy ID for change is really to insert the number of instructional hours the students are required to receive. This is just to make it clear that if you are doing something innovative, like a competency-based course, it does not require 180 days, but it will still require the hours. And so by inserting the hours in the policy, it just helps make that clear that that is an expectation. It does not have to be the 180 days, so long as the students receive the 1,080 hours. We calculated our instructional hours, and it exceeds the 1,080 hours. What questions do you have about that one? All right, and the last 2 policies, IJ, instructional resources and materials, and IJK, supplementary material selection and adoption. Jen, do you want to speak to those?
So for policy IJ, instructional resources and materials, it just really updates the language, not necessarily major processes or what we use. One addition in IJ is there's an increased emphasis on transparency around instructional materials at the state level, really nationally as well. And so there's a clear piece in IJ that's been added about posting approved instructional resources on our website. It's been required for several years now, and but it'll help us as staff in the district to make sure that we do that. And we've delineated that as approved materials because there are lots of materials. So that'll be something that's very, very clear. We already have to post everything related, for example, to health instructional resources and those kinds of pieces. But This will help us in the academics department really pull it together and make sure, work with communications to make sure that that's fair. Policy IJK has existed in the district for a good long time, and there is a significant change that we've added to supplementary materials. In the older version, it was that any supplementary materials could be used if approved by the principal of the school. We need to tighten that down a little bit for a couple of different reasons. One is about approval of instructional materials and really making sure that our instructional materials are high quality and meet the standards of what we're trying to teach. So the change in the supplementary materials policy is really to institute district approval of supplementary materials. And we'll do that in such a way that it's not, we're gonna try to keep it light, keep it moving, and those kinds of things, but it will allow us to bring schools together. So for example, we have schools that will, like all 5 high schools may purchase Red Ink, which is a program that allows teachers to look for plagiarism in student writing, right? Well, if they're all doing that, we probably are ending up as a district paying more for that. And so this will allow us to get more efficient about some of those purchases, know what's happening with those selections, and then also make sure that selected supplementary materials are aligned to what is needed related to standards and the expectations of our district.
Thank you, Jen.
Any questions, anybody?
So this is considered first reading of the policy. These policies are on the agenda for Tuesday's meeting for second reading. Is there anybody who feels that they do not have the information they need to be able to vote on this Tuesday night? So we can answer any questions you may have.
Can I just add
Yes.
something? Also, a part of the process of reviewing the policies, I just want to remind y'all, Dr. Franklin will send them to Tanidra to put in the board briefs. Please make sure that you read them, and if you have questions, you can email those questions or revisions to me, so that when we get in front of the public on one of our board meeting nights, we don't have 5 people trying to amend a policy or make changes to a policy, and that's the first time that we're hearing about it. It makes it easier if we can send it over to her ahead of time, so that she can already have those things laid out and ready and prepared, and it saves us a lot of time in terms of discussion and what we want to present in terms of changes or revisions. So I just want to remind y'all that please, when they're in the board brief, just please read them and then send any questions or revisions that suggestions that you may have to me, and then I'll forward them over to her.
Another time-saving measure that Trustee Washington suggested is, because we have this process in place now, a lot of the discussion and feedback is done prior to the actual meeting, which allows us to be able to, at this point, because we have the process in place, list the policies on the agenda in a block, as opposed to listing them and voting on them individually. And so on the agenda for Tuesday's meeting, you'll see all of the policies listed as a block, as one. And so the trustee who is giving the motion will move and then read all of the policies. If we ever have a situation where a board member is wanting to pull a policy from the block, we'll do it just like we do the consent agenda. And so, for example, as we're looking at this, if there's a board member who isn't ready to make that, or still is a little muddy on policy ID, they will just say, Madam Chair, I would like to remove policy ID from the block. And then the board will vote on the rest of them together, and then ID separately. Yes, ma'am.
If someone has a question about something like that and they send that question in, is there a way that our board chair or someone in leadership could send something out to the board as a whole to say, this trustee has brought this concern to us. If you would like more information about their concern, please reach out to them, or something along those lines. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yes, and so we, working with the chair and the vice chair, we've come up with a standardized question response sheet, for lack of a better term. So what we will do moving forward is, if we receive an email, phone call, a text message, we take what the question is, put it on the form, send it to the person responsible for that. So if it's a safety question, it will come to you as the safety chair,
Okay.
and you answer the questions with Colonel Hutton, Mark Hutton, sorry, I keep trying to let go of the rank, yeah.
Right.
And then all of that completed form will go out to all the board members.
Okay.
We'll track it with a number, and it will be stored, once we get Diligent fully operational, it will all be stored in Diligent, so that when new board members come on, they can go back and see what was the response to that question, and therefore they're not asking the same question in the future unless they want something different. And so
Okay.
that's something that we've been working on, the three of us together.
And I don't know if it gives you a notification that something has been added, but I don't want to miss anything. So if
Right.
it's all done in Diligent, will we get a notification letting us know that something's
Well, you're
been
gonna get
added?
the form
You're
with
gonna
your
get the form.
response.
Okay.
But
okay.
then if you wanna go back, it's archived.
It's archived there.
Right.
Right. So we will send that out when it's completed.
Mhm.
So you and Mark get together, you come up with the answer, it's completed, then we send it out to all board members, so all board members see the answer.
Okay, and say if I'm not on the committee, it could be a committee that I'm not involved in, but Trustee Washington has a concern about it. I didn't think about that when I read it. I want to know what the concern was, because it may, oh, I remember that, we talked about that at a conference, let me
Right.
give her that information. So I just want to make sure that it's not a surprise. I don't want it to come
Absolutely.
across as something
Yeah.
that is being brought up as a surprise at a meeting, when in actuality it was that we didn't think about that prior to.
Right.
Right.
And,
And that's the whole point of the standardized sheet that we've developed,
mhm,
because what's happening is sometimes one board member will ask a question about a topic,
mhm.
this question, another board member will ask a different question, but on the same topic, and then I'm responding to that board member, I'm responding to that board member, and really, it needs to go out to all of the board members,
Okay,
so that
we'll see
all
it.
board members have the same information. And so I've been doing that lately with emails, as I've been sending the emails to all board members,
Okay.
but we really are not tracking that in a way that it's going to be archived for future reference. And that's one of
Got
the things the chair and I have been working on, is standardizing our way of work, so that we're not recreating things over and over and over.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then that, I think it's gonna cut out a lot of work, for our superintendent as far as like efficiency goes, and for us, it just was gonna require us to, you know, like when we send that out, just kinda like work briefs, that everybody takes a look at it and just be prepared, you know, for the meeting. But thank you for that, because that is, you know, really a part of all what we're doing here, is just building, like she said, something standardized where we all are informed, we have the transparency that we need, and everybody feels more comfortable being able to go to a meeting having that knowledge.
And we want to support the committee chair,
Yeah,
Mhm.
right? We don't want to do anything that's going to undermine the work that the committee chair is doing.
Right.
And so if it's something that falls under the committee, then it needs to go to the committee chair,
Mhm.
for the committee chair to work through with the district partner for the correct answer.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
oh, yeah, we got one more thing.
We have one more thing that we want to have a quick discussion on the voting pass. Can you give an update to the board on where we're going?
Oh,
So
okay.
there was a request in one of our last agendas for us to vote on the golden pass, and then we voted to remove it. We're gonna ask Dr. Moore to give us a quick update, because it's not a policy that we need to put in place or vote on, but she wants to provide us with an update, so that we all have a clear understanding of what that is and how they will move forward with making a decision.
So as the board is aware, we've, in our district, have like most of the districts surrounding us, have what we call the Golden Pass for senior citizens, 65 years and older. Our pass allows our senior citizens to be able to attend athletic events, performing arts events.
Tuition for adult ed.
Adult ed, it gives them a discount on their classes, which is unusual, and no other district with a golden pass
Wow,
does that part.
great.
That's good.
But that's what we currently offer. We have researched, and Matt has done a phenomenal job looking at all of our surrounding districts there is only one district that does not have a golden pass, and that is Orangeburg. And what Orangeburg does is the board puts money in the budget to offset the financial impact of not having a golden pass for the schools. So they put money in an athletic budget for that, because that's where most of that money is used for, is to go towards some of the athletic programs. For example, they may use it to buy mats for wrestling or cheerleading, or if they need to supplement something for JV football. So that's where some of that money goes to. It's used by the athletic department. So based on the requests that we have received, I had some conversations with Richland 1 superintendent about, because that's our largest shared district, really not looking at Lexington, Fairfield, Orangeburg, Sumter, really looking just at Richland County. So I'm still waiting on the superintendent to get back to me with my proposal that I gave, and that was that between Richland 1 and Richland 2, we would accept their golden pass for athletics, and they would accept our golden pass for athletics. Regular season, yes, not tournaments or any of that nature. The challenge becomes performing arts events, because schools pay for the license to host those events. And that means money that would be used to offset the cost of that is not coming in. So I don't have any more information at this point. Dr. Walker and I spoke briefly yesterday, and he's working through with his team to see if they're receptive to my proposal tonight.
So currently, right now, as we're looking at what the proposal is for just season athletics, nothing off-season, and not performing arts, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect, okay.
Correct.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How would we track that?
Yes.
So it would mean that at the events, we would have to start tracking that at the event itself. So normally when you come in at the ticket gate, you pay your money or show your card. Someone at the ticket gate is going to have that person complete something on a form for us that shows us that Kim Moore attended this event, Friday night football game between Westwood and Blythewood for Battle of the Axe. So yes, it's going to increase workload at the ticket gate, but that is the only way that we would be able to track it.
We currently don't track it.
Because we don't currently don't.
Just so your card in over there.
And from what we've gathered, and Matt, help me if I'm wrong on this, we don't have a lot of golden cards out there.
Okay. So, if you guys decide to go, forward with that, then I just want people to know, like, the reason for tracking is because we need to know, what, if there is a deficit, we need to be able to track the funds, and where those funds are going. Is it helping us? Is it hurting us? Or maybe it has no effect at all. But those are all things that we need to know for the budget and being more transparent. And as, we start seeing more and more people looking at budgets, like audits, things of that nature, we just need to be above board and making sure that we're as transparent as we possibly can.
Is the Golden Pass a percentage off, or is it?
Complimentary admission.
It's complimentary
Complimentary.
admission. So you come into the game for free. And the original request from the board member had to do with parents or grandparents coming in from outside of Richland 2's zone, which that's why I went to Richland 1, because that would primarily be parents coming from Richland 1. They want to come see their grandchild
Or out of
play
state.
or, perform.
Yeah. For tracking, just because you mentioned the form, I would suggest a QR thing so that it's digital and
We'll
it's
have
less
to develop
work,
it,
right?
and I'll be more than happy to work with you on doing that, because we
Yeah.
currently don't track it.
Yeah.
Where we are having people sign in, we just ask them to show their
Yeah.
pass, and they come on in.
Yeah. My concern with comparing it to our counterpart is just that our funds are different. I want us to just keep that in mind. There are some things that Richland 1 may be able to do that we cannot because of how much is being received
Yeah.
from the way that our.
Both
our-
city and county.
Exactly.
Right, the
Yeah.
city and county funding and formula and whatnot. So I would say, yes, tracking, but just be open to the fact that it may not be sustainable if it were to
Right.
get to a certain point. Right now, we don't have that many, but the minute it becomes not sustainable, it may be something that could change. So that's something to think about when we make this decision. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, a couple of questions. Okay.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. James.
So if we're looking at doing this, do we know how many golden passes Richland One has? How's that gonna affect our sports budget? Because if we're really cutting back on money in the district, giving free money out to the grandparents and that live over in Richland One, that's fine and dandy. But also, what about the hundreds that live over in Kershaw, that live up in Fairfield? That money that we collect in the sports world, that's what runs the sports world. If we're willing to cut that out, then we're gonna have to find the money to back pay it. And that's gonna affect a lot of these teams, a
Well,
lot, and it's gonna affect our budget a lot.
It is, and that's why, Mr. Dennis, I only looked at talking to Richland One, because I did talk with my fellow colleagues at our Midlands Superintendent Roundtable about this, and they're all concerned about the financial impact. And like I said, the only county that does not have a gold pass is Orangeburg, but that's because their board includes a line item in their budget for athletics, because it is a financial impact. And right now, it's not significant for us because we don't have that many out there.
We don't, but.
We don't,
Richland
right.
One
We
has.
don't, but
Exactly.
we don't know what
Yeah.
it, so,
Right.
now, Dr. Walker is supposed to be gathering that information.
So that goes back to my.
Oh, and then Mr. Trapp. And then, yeah.
I was just about to say, like, I don't think it's as public knowledge as people know about it. But once we put it out there, it's going to be.
Correct.
Right. But then the other piece is, to Ms. Porter, is that I agree with the QR code, but then we gotta think about also, if they are older people, sometimes they're not as savvy with technology, so the QR code might not be, so we can have it, but also a backup just in case they don't have, that. Cause I just think about like my mom, that QR code's gonna throw her off, like, unless I'm with her and like, let's just do this together, but so just kind of having a backup for tracking.
Mr. Trapp.
Well, so a couple of questions. I want to make sure I understand exactly what's going on. We're talking about a physical card that someone applies for and they receive.
They come up to this
Right,
building.
right, right.
They go to our two ladies.
Mhm.
They show their information, which is the driver's license with the address showing that they're in our district. Fill out the form, and we give them a physical card.
Okay, so other than us spending the time and money to give them a card at that point, is there any liability to them walking up to a gate, showing a card and walking in? In other words, I'm not sure, in my mind, I don't see why we're gonna track it, if tracking is going to involve us increasing the amount of labor or resources involved.
Only because we won't know what the impact is. If we don't track it, we don't know the impact.
Okay, so that's the only reason. Other than that, there's no expense in them going to a ball game, it's just lack of revenue is what we're.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
that's what
Building
I'm sure.
capacity as well,
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
'cause I'm sure ticket capacity is something they monitor.
So then, I guess then, it sounds like there's a lot of debate about it. Do you want to wait until you get information back from,
From Richland One.
yes,
Yes.
from Richland One? And then after that, we can put it on for a vote. If, having the knowledge that we have now and then that additional knowledge. Does that sound good, everybody? Okay, all right.
And if he doesn't agree to it, then
It doesn't-
it doesn't happen, right?
Right. If he doesn't agree, then we'll stick with, my recommendation would be we stick with what we currently are doing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Unless the board wants to expand, like Mr. Dennis said, but understanding
No,
that will be a significant
Right.
financial
And,
impact.
and I think for me, I go back to what is gonna be best for our students first. And if that's gonna affect our students, the funds that they get for athletics and the things that they do, for me, that's not really something that, I'm supportive of. Mr. Dennis?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to a guy that goes to a lot of sporting events, that goes to a lot of non-sporting events as well. Like, I think it's next weekend, I'll be at Quiz Whiz or something like that. That might be this weekend. That's this weekend. But I go to a lot of those events, and the way I look at it, it's not much to pay for things, because when I go in an official board capacity, I'm there doing that. But when I go for my kids' stuff, I'm gonna make sure that money gets to that department. So I look at it, the financial, buying the ticket, that's a way to support your community and support your athletics versus I wanna go for free. I mean, it's harder, it's really hard in today's world, for these student athletes to go out there and have to do all this fundraising and all that because budget's down. That's tough, and hey, you can't go to a championship because you don't have enough to, hotel-wise, that's what these booster clubs are doing. It's a slippery slope, so we really need to look at it.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else on that topic? If not, we're gonna take a quick break. It was 15 minutes, but we got 10 minutes because we talked. So if everybody could go run to the restroom, we're not gonna shut you out if you come back at 9, it's a little late. But if everybody wants to run to the restroom, grab some water, if you got calls to make, all that good stuff, then go ahead and do those things. Again, remember we do have recording and mic. So yeah, like I said, if you have a private call or anything you need to make, I would go outside. All right.
Can you mute during?
Oh yeah, the break.
Yes.
Thank you. Just let us know when you're muted for the break.
Financial impact for Richland because I know they got a lot.
We got the sign. Okay, we got the okay. We are now unmuted. All right, and we are back from break. So we're gonna do like a quick little question and answer session with myself and Dr. Moore. Just kind of like, I felt like this is a better way to talk about where we've been, where we are. Oh, you want to do that one first?
Yes.
Okay, we can go ahead and do that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Go ahead. Yes. So sorry, we're gonna go to strategic resource alignment and preliminary staffing guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Board, if you remember, in November, we had a workshop in which we talked about the work that we're doing around strategic resource alignment. As you're aware, this year we've experienced a decline in enrollment of about 350 students. And we anticipate next year that we'll have a decline again, just based upon national trends that have been declining birth rates. While we are a fast-growing state, we are not growing with the number of students across the state, as well as we do have charter schools coming into our district. And so we talked about, at that point, where we're at and making adjustments to our staffing guidelines. And we told you in November we would give you an update at the January retreat. And so Dr. Foster is I'm going to turn it over to him, and we're going to give you an update of where we are now, the next steps in this process that we are going through. And so with that, Dr. Foster.
He looks fit and ready for the challenge.
Good morning, everyone. I'm like totally outside of my comfort zone today.
You look
It's
amazing.
okay. But good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to talk about our work that we've engaged in for the strategic resource alignment. Can you put the presentation up?
Or wrong presentation.
So as we talked about, our current staffing guidelines are about 10 to 15 years, and we have not currently been utilizing them in a lot of our staffing decisions and as well at the schools, which has caused our schools to be a little bit out of alignment with some of the staffing guidelines. You may have some schools that have more staff and some schools that have less staff. So our goal is to align our staffing model so that we have consistency across all of our schools and taking in consideration some of the things that the board talked about, wanting to make sure that we are equitable across our schools, factoring in poverty levels, which we have taken all that in consideration. So just a quick update on where we are. So with our strategic staffing update, as you know, everything is driven by our strategic plan to make sure that we're purpose-driven and future-ready and that we're working for our students. Along those same lines, Dr. Moore established district goals for this work. Our goals for this work is one, to enhance our student experiences and outcomes, continue to ensure equity and resources, allocation and opportunities for our students, and of course to improve operational efficiency as we are facing some uncertain times in our district that we may not know exactly how they're going to impact us as of today. And this picture right here just really encapsulates what we want for our students. We want them to have that sense of wonder and that sense of joy as they engage in the activities that our schools plan for them on a daily basis. We shared this with the principals when we met with them, really talking about getting ready versus being ready. And I think this is important for our work. When we went to a conference and one of the presenters talked about this, and I just thought it was really important. She aligned it more with personal growth, but I adapted it to be more in line with our work, with our strategic resource alignment. And so when we talk about getting ready, we don't want to be getting ready. We need to be in the being ready category, meaning that we need to make sure we're acting with our available resources that we have, that we're embracing this strategic change now, because this is going to be some different, it's very strategic in what we're doing, but it's going to be different in the way that we operate from today and the way that we will look next year at this time as well. Leading with vision and not fear. As I shared with the principals, I said, you are the leaders of our schools, just as we're the leaders of the district, and so we have to be leading with that vision on how this is going to impact your schools as well as how it's going to impact our district, and we have to make sure that we are leading that charge. And building readiness into our culture. We know that over the course of the next 12 months, we are going to have some differences that are going to be envisioned in our schools, and how are we going to make sure that we are ready in our culture to adapt to those changes. And so our goal is we want to be adaptable and we want to take advantage of these opportunities. And we are choosing to be ready by designing staffing guidelines that will serve our students today and tomorrow. So not just looking at where we are now, we're looking at tomorrow as well. The risk factors and scenarios that are driving some of our decisions as far as having to make new staffing standards. One is the enrollment volatility that we're experiencing. We know that we had a reduction this year. We still are trying to know exactly what that reduction is going to be based on the 90-day enrollment numbers that we haven't officially received yet. So once we have that, we'll hopefully have a better idea of how that this year's enrollment volatility is going to impact the district. But we're seeing those demographic shifts. We're seeing the charter school growth that's going to come in our district. And then we're just seeing the needs of our students continue to intensify. The needs of our students are just growing on academics as well as mental health, the trauma that some of our students are experiencing, and then the poverty concentration that we're experiencing as well. The budget constraints that we have, we all know that we limited resources. We've experienced that this year. With our budget planning process that we had to go through. And so we need to have sustainable models that can adapt to these changes that we're experiencing. Instructional evolution, we're continuing to have the need for growing coaching in our schools because our teacher population is changing as well. And so we know that coaching is becoming not just a it's a need for our schools, not just something that we want to have, but it's something that we know that we've got to provide our staffs with. And then, of course, data-driven practices, as we're seeing a lot of use in academics. The equity imperative, we want to make sure that all of our schools, no matter what schools our students attend, that they all have the same resources and available resources. And then, of course, the workforce challenges that we are seeing. We are seeing workforce challenges where we are having to hire international teachers to fill some of our vacancies. We're having to hire alternative certified teachers to fill our vacancies. And then we're also, the state has approved the non-certified teaching certificate as well. And so we'll be talking more about that in the next few weeks as well. So multiple things that are happening that's causing us to think about how we're staffing our schools. These will look familiar because we shared this in our November presentation with you. This is the anticipated impact of the charters that we know that are coming to our district, and this is information that we received from the State Department. And not to say that 3,700 students will leave our district to go to the charter schools, but we know that those schools have that capacity for this first year at all of those 3 locations that will be opening schools in our district, as we know of right now. We have no other information that says that there'll be anything different for the upcoming school year. Ms. Williams shared with you at our last meeting as well the potential impact of charters in our district. She shared with you before charters, our operating budget, our state funding will be at this amount, and then with charters, we would see a reduction, could see a reduction of approximately $25 million if 2,700 of our students were to leave our school district and move to seek some of the other opportunities that are out there for the 26-27 school year. Nancy, is there anything you want to add to that? Okay, but we did have that information. So, progress to date, we have conducted current state audit meetings, meaning that my staff has met with pretty much every school, all schools and divisions to talk about their current staffing and make sure that we have a good count on what each school currently has. We've researched current trends regarding staff allocations. We've looked at districts from Greenville to Horry to Beaufort to Charleston, districts that are like ours, as well as districts in our Midland areas as well, to look at their current staffing. We've conducted future state meetings and still in that process now. Those meetings have been very productive in providing us information. We've met with the elementary, middle, and high school principals. We've met with the centers. We've met with academics. We are having meetings with operations upcoming, and we've met with the other departments as well that are not as large as the academics and operations. And we'll continue in those. And then we've recommended student-teacher ratios by grade level and poverty that we're going to share with you now. That is the bulk of our work that we've been engaging in that will have the most significant impact on our work. As you can see, these are our current guidelines that we shared with you for elementary. They range in class sizes currently now based on poverty levels at every 10 percentile, from 22 at 0 to 9%, all the way up to 18 at 80 and above. And the centers have 22, with the exception of CFA, which is currently at 18. That's the elementary. Middle has 20, theirs is the same way, theirs is a little bit larger band, but their current ratio is from 20 at less than 19 to up to 17.5 at 60 and above. And the high school has the same current staffing ratios as well. And remember, our ratios are basically used to staff our schools, not determining what the number of students that they will have in their classrooms. It's used to help us determine the number of FTEs that we will allocate to that school for them to educate our students. So our current proposed recommended guidelines, you see it takes it down and condenses it into one chart, so not having over 3 charts that we're looking at. It does take in consideration our poverty levels. You'll see that we said lower poverty schools would be 0 to 54. So we're not saying that no schools have poverty, because we know that all of our schools have some level of poverty. We're just trying to divide it into 3 categories. We're saying significant poverty schools would be 55 to 74, that's where most of our schools currently fall. And then higher poverty schools would be 75 to 100%. The changes in the what we're proposing, I'm going to do kindergarten first and third first. So if we're looking at from elementary to, from our previous charts, we are still maintaining the 18 to 22 at kindergarten kindergarten wasn't at 18, but that's what the principals had recommended. 18 to 22 would be for kindergarten, first, second, and third. And that would be on a range from high poverty to low poverty. So if you're at a low poverty school, you would have approximately 22 students in your class. If you're at a higher poverty school, you would have 18 students in your kindergarten through first, third grade classrooms. Fourth and fifth would have the most significant increases there because those numbers basically ranged from the same as our upper grades from 18 to 22. It would see an increase from 20 to 24 in that grade levels. And those are that's the most significant movements in our grade size, in our classroom sizes. That would be moving them from approximately 18 to 20, and from 20 to 22, and from 22 to 24, and depending on their poverty, the current poverty level. The centers would remain the same. CFA would be 18. Well, CFA is currently at 16. They would move to 18 students to allow more students to attend at those schools from all of their grade levels. And then the centers, CFI and CFK North, they would increase to 22 because they will remain at 22 because they're currently at the poverty level between 0 and 54 for those schools. The middle school would see just a slight increase in their allocation from 17.5 to 18 at the 75 to 100% for their poverty schools, and they would remain at 19 for significant and remain at 20 to 1 for lower poverty. The high schools would see a shift in theirs from 17.5 to 18 at the higher poverty levels, and then they would see an increase from, at the lower poverty level, from 20 to 1 to 21 to 1. Those are our proposed shifts in recommendations in our shifts. And as I said, just to be transparent with you, I think the most significant increases are in the 4th and 5th grade, where that's, what we have come up with as far as today. I'm going to move forward with just giving you a quick simulation because I know that that's important so you can see exactly how this would impact a current school. We're going to revisit Brilliant Elementary. And Brilliant Elementary has a people in poverty index of 57% currently. And so just to show you what it would look like. So if we're looking at their 45th day enrollment, they have 635 students. Based on our current staffing guidelines for Brilliant Elementary, they would be staffed at 19.5 across the board. And that means that they would have they currently would have 35 teachers at their school. They would have 5 for kindergarten and 6 in all of the other grade levels. So they have 35 teachers. If we apply the staffing ratio that we're talking about, that we're recommending, they would have a reduction in their teaching staff from 35 to 32. And that breakdown would be that they would lose a FTE in 1st grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade with the new staffing ratios because they would be staffed at the significant poverty level at 57%. So they would be staffed at 20 to 1 for 1st through 3rd, and 22 for 4th and 5th grade. And to help with some of our rounding, we are applying rounding up at anything that's 3/10 or higher. Not going to the normal rounding rule of 5/10 or higher, it's 3/10 or higher. So you will see for 1st grade, that's where they would lose, instead of moving to 6, if we were rounding up at any 10th, they will go back down to 5. And that's the same thing for 4th and 5th. And so that's based on a current staff that they would staffing ratios if they still had 635 students. We're going to apply, and remember this has no rhythm or science to it, it's just a simulation. So let's say that next year, Brilliant Elementary, for whatever reason, realizes only 531 students. They have students that move out of the school. They have students that accept to go to one of the charter school options. They only have, in August, 531 students show up, or based on our projections, 531 students show up, okay? So that means that if we applied our current staffing guidelines and keep them and make no changes to them, they would realize a reduction in their staff still because of just the decrease in the student population. they would realize a decrease from 35 to 29 FTEs because they've lost students proportionally, which we know that doesn't happen in schools, but they've lost students proportionally across each grade level. And then if we go and we apply the current staff, the recommended staffing guidelines, they would have a reduction from 35 to 27 teachers in their current school. They would have, and you will see that we still apply the rounding rule at anything above 3/10 would be an additional FTE. So if we look at their first grade in the recommended, they would go from 4.3 teachers to 5. That would give them, they would round up to 5 teachers. And then the 4th and 5th grade from 4.2, they would just remain at 4 teachers. So their ratio would be a little bit higher than the 22 at that school. But they would have a reduction of, with that recommended guidelines, from 35 to 27 teachers for next year. So just to summarize this, if we're looking at the summary chart, the enrollment for 25-26 at Brilliant Elementary was 635 students. Enrollment next year, based on charter impact, would be 531. Their current teaching staff is currently at 35. They would, based on the current guidelines, their current teaching staff would be 35. It would, if we applied the ratios that we were proposing, they would go to 32 for this year with a net change of 3 teachers. If we move forward to next year, they would move from 29 teachers, allocated to 29 teachers for the current staffing guidelines if we made no changes to them. And they would move to 27 with the recommended guidelines, which would be a net change in teachers of 2. But if we look at it holistically, and what we would be looking at, because remember, we're applying 2 things in this model. We typically wouldn't be applying 2 factors in one year, but this year we're applying 2 because we don't have consistent staffing guidelines, so we're having to apply that first. And then we're realizing a reduction in students. So if we were only applying it because we have already established them and we just saw the reduction in students, then that would be a natural loss of FTEs. But because we're having to apply new staffing guidelines and with the anticipated reduction in students, we're seeing a larger number of positions that they would not have at their school for the 26-27 school year. But we also know that we have to take an account for that because we're looking at the reduction in if students are not here, we're looking at a reduction in state revenue. Okay? Next steps in our process, we want to finalize the staffing models because we're not just looking at teachers. We're looking at everything and making sure that everything is equitable across our schools. We're conducting follow-up discussions as needed. We will want to share whatever we finalize with principals as well as our definitely with principals to make sure that they have clarity in what we're doing. Meeting with our core team, which we talked about. We have a core team that's helping guide some of this work, and we still need to meet with a few stakeholder groups to finalize some of this and share what we're doing there. Simulate and refine the staffing models as we're working, and then share with superintendent and the school board. And then whatever is finalized, we'll finally decided is to implement and monitor for ongoing alignment. And the reason why we say that is because just in this school year, as we are staffing for 26-27, we're looking at 3 phases of staffing. We're going to have our initial phase, which is going to be based on the projections that will be provided by planning and whatever the staffing ratios that we finalize for staffing for 26-27. So we'll have that initial that we'll base our current initial staffing on. Then we'll have an adjustment probably around May or June, based on if we see any significant reductions or in students leaving because of the charter school impact or just because of natural migration. Then we'll make an adjustment there, and then we'll make a final adjustment in August when we actually have all of the students to show up, because we know that we're not going to really know who's not going to be with us next year until that 10th school day of August. Okay?
And so board, with that, at the next board meeting, operations will give the board an update on projections as we are continuing to look at what we expect to see next year. But as Dr. Foster emphasized, we're doing two things at the same time, which is not best practice, but is the reality of where we are. We would normally be doing our staffing guideline update, based on what we projected. If you remember back to the demography report we gave last year that showed that we would have declining enrollment due to just natural things that are happening. We would be adjusting our staffing guidelines based upon that. But then we are layering on top of that the impact of the pre-charter schools on that declining enrollment. So it is requiring us to be more aggressive at this particular point in time. And we would love to be able to say, we can give you an exact answer on the number of students that we project we will not, that will not be with us next year. Unfortunately, just like this year, we won't know that until August, definitively, when school starts.
And I think one important thing to add to this is that this does not take in consideration any of the special education populations at the school. This is general staff, general education staffing.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that number is going up, as we've seen over the last 3 years. Our special ed population is significantly increasing.
Well, and on that topic then, will you guys be using the same model for our special needs population?
No,
As far as staffing goes?
no, so the special education model is based on state guidelines.
Okay,
So we
right.
have to stay within those guidelines. So Ms. McLaughlin is working on that information.
So,
now.
well, it'll a different report, right? So you guys, she'll give us a report on
Yes,
that.
we'll give you an update.
Their staffing is totally.
But their staffing is completely separate because it's part of federal guidelines and state guidelines that we have to meet.
Okay. Oh, got a question over there, Mr. Dennis.
Yes, sir.
So the failure at the state level and the failure at the federal level for teachers and staffing at a regular set for our money to come in to pay for all that versus what we're seeing in the special education go up, how does the funding impact us needing to hire more for special education but losing regular education?
Yes.
And then we're looking, so what I'm hearing from, here's how I see this. There's not a teacher shortage, this is what we're saying right now. There is not a teacher shortage in this state because the federal and the state level brilliant minds up there don't know what they're doing when it comes to funding. So it affects us down here. So what I'm looking at, how are we going to adjust from when we send out the, I forgot the name of it, the pre-contract or the intent to come back, the intent to
Intent to return.
No, contract.
and then when,
Contract.
yeah, and then when they sign those, if it's really that short, what are we gonna do then?
That's a very good question, Mr. Dennis.
No loophole?
No, there's no loopholes, that's why I said
There are no-
earlier at the state and federal level.
There are no loopholes. We will then have to do sort of what we did this year, which was, we did budget cuts across the district, not schools, but primarily the district offices. We would have to look at our fund balance. But remember, fund balance is only for temporary one-year items.
I understand.
If there's vacancies, we would not fill any vacancies. If we had to hire somebody for some reason, they would have to be a temporary position. It really does leave us in a quandary in moving forward. So you're right that without clarity around what the funding will receive from the federal government, the funding that we'll receive from the legislators, the funding that we would receive or could receive from county council, because remember, they're part of this process for us. We don't have as much clarity as I would want for sure, but I know the board needs when you are going to have to make a budget decision and approve a budget in January, July, June. Dates are messed up, June. In June.
Yeah.
So I don't have a good answer for you, other than we are doing the best that we can do to come up with our projections so that we can give you the most information possible to make the decisions that you will have to make.
Because what I'm saying is, I'm looking, when you look at these numbers and you know at the charter schools, most of the special education, they don't take, they kick
Correct.
back to us. So we're seeing a gain, an increase in that. So, I mean, not saying it's every one of them, but primarily a lot of them do.
Because they don't have the resources
Exactly.
that we do. That's why I think we have to be very careful saying that.
Well, they don't have the resources, but at the same time, we do, but our resources get taken away for that. I mean, all I gotta say is Gary Dennis is saying this, nobody else. But the legislators at the federal and state level really need to look into this a lot harder. This is not a sustainable thing for any of us. It's really not.
And that's why it's important for us to make sure that, one, we try to get the most accurate process in place for the projections, because we're going to be, when we do this initial staffing, we're pretty much, that's what we're obligating ourselves to for the school year. The adjustments that we're talking about won't be saying we're going to release teachers. It's saying we'll be shifting, we'll be making some shifts throughout the district to put staff where they need to be. It won't be saying that we're not obligated to that staff.
Right. But I mean, the way it's looking is when you're going off this, we don't know.
We don't.
So if we're projecting that this many kids are going to go over here and this many kids, and we're going to lose that, at one point, if you're looking at a $25 million deficit of people not being here, that's a large chunk. That ain't something. And then the following year, we get a lot of kids that come back. Now we're behind the power curve. I mean, that's going to affect the overall education of every child, whether they're in charter or here. There's going to be a gap. So, like I said, the failure across the board in the state minds of education is kind of astounding.
Madam Chair, so, Mr. Foster, have we also looked at the part of the opposite, not just students, but losing teachers to the charter schools and moving, and how that will impact us in this process?
We have. So we know that we have already sent out the letters of intent. We did have a number of staff members, as you see on your board report for this month, that have made an indication that they're not going to be returning for the current year. And that's just the first wave of those teachers, staff members letting us know that they are not going to be returning. So we're continuing to see that people are making decisions to go to other places based on various factors. So this is going to help us streamline some of our staffing needs. So if we can put consistent staffing guidelines across schools and we staff to that, then that's going to help us absorb any large number of vacancies as well.
Remember, Ms. Williams, we started off this year with 68 vacancies, which was about half of what we normally have, and that was through the wonderful efforts of our HR department and communication in us doing a very robust, value-added campaign of why you should stay in Richland and come back to work for us. So we'll have some natural attrition that just goes along with the work, but we can't tell you how much at this particular point in time.
are we able to track, so when they do their exit surveys to kind of see, is it that they're going to a charter school?
Yes,
to
we
make
can
sure
definitely
that
track
people
where
have-
people are going in-state. It gets a little bit more challenging when they go out-of-state, other than knowing they're going to a certain, but in-state, because most people have to, even if a teacher doesn't tell us, we usually get the requests for benefits and stuff, so we do
Okay.
track where they're going within
And
the
we can
state,
get that
and we can
for-
get that from the state as well.
Okay. And then my last one is, right now, when we looked at the numbers of when you said the poverty rate, things like that, do you know where our high schools stand right now in the current, like where they would fall on those three categories, like what schools and where?
Yes, ma'am, we have one at the lower end, 3 in the significant, and 1 in the higher.
Okay. And then, the other one would be, so with some of our schools, and I know we've done an amazing job, which I'm very excited about, of, you know, with the designations of ATSI, things like that, TSI things. Are we taking any of that into consideration to ensure that we might need more staff for like interventionists, or more staff for whatever it might be, not just because it might not be a poverty issue, but the performance issue. So then we might need another staff member to add for those areas. Are we gonna get
Yes,
that?
so our first goal is to staff appropriately across, and
Okay.
then to be able to see where we need to deploy additional resources
Perfect.
for that. But the goal is to get everybody consistent first, and then
Okay,
we,
yeah.
according to whatever the model is that we select, then it would be to add additional resources as necessary because of any designations that come up based on that year's performance. But that would be our goal, because currently, right now, you walk into any elementary schools and there's variations across the schools with staffing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Mr. Porter? Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Porter.
Hi, so with the Education Assistance Act, you had referenced the shifting of staff members. I believe there's something in there that says that we can't do that past a certain time or something like. How are we navigating that? Like,
So, yeah, that would be the interesting part. When we talk about the 3 levels of staffing, that first one, we're gonna say initially, hey, you know, a teacher may be at school A, but let's say that school A realizes that they have they have more of a reduction than we thought. We need to move a teacher to school B. We're trying to make those shifts as early as we can during the summer. But if it happens within 14 days of school starting, because that's the day that we have to notify all certified staff that you're going of their teaching location. And then after that, we can still work with staff to move them. We just have to make sure that we apply the guidelines that are outlined in that, which says we have to give them a 5-day notice. We have to make them aware of it, give them 5-day notice if it's a normal case. But if it's an emergency case, then we can go ahead and make that move. But we would definitely handle any situations like that very delicate with our staff and provide the support that we need. But that would be hopefully that we'll have enough planning time in front of that we won't have to do those types of moves. We didn't have to do any of that this year. What we did this year, where we had, if a teacher wanted to be released from their contract for whatever reason, if we were able to absorb that at the school without impacting a move. So like at one school, we had a first grade teacher that said, I'm leaving because I've just had a baby and I'm not going to return. Then we were able to absorb that vacancy by consolidating the classes because they already had class sizes that were outside of our ratios. But we didn't have to make any moves. But if the upcoming year, we have to make sure that we're handling that in accordance with Educator Assistance Act and as delicately as we can.
and then
And with board notification.
And yes, ma'am, and with board notification.
And then I also think communication to our staff, because this is new for everyone, including the educators, up front, as early as possible, that these things can possibly happen. We don't want it to be where they weren't prepared for the possibility and now we're dealing with the backlash and media and so forth.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think we really need to prepare our principals to have these discussions with their staff early on So it's not a surprise to anyone should we have to make these moves, and to make sure that they feel confident that we're following the guidelines that have been set before us with the education assistant. Because if they feel, if they trust that we're following those guidelines, there'll be less chance of people reacting emotionally towards the change.
We definitely be following the guidelines.
Right. But they need to know that we are making a conscious, like, we're well aware that
Yes,
this
we are,
is.
and we're working with communications on
Okay.
a
I'm sorry, you guys,
communication plan
we're
for that.
really,
Okay.
like, short for time, we're like probably, we're supposed to be on break, or sorry, at break at 9:45, and it's 9:54, and we still got a lot to cover. Are you guys okay with sending that
Mhm.
to the appropriate parties, and then we get those questions answered for y'all?
Yes.
Everybody okay with that? Okay, perfect, and then we'll go from there, we'll get that to you through our.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for that. All right, and I like that you said, instead of getting ready, being ready, that was good.
That's right.
That was a good aha moment, I like it. All right, so now we're gonna do like a little question and answer, when myself and Dr. Moore is talking about where we've been, where we are, and where we're headed. All right, so, Dr. Moore?
Good morning.
I don't have a real microphone, but good morning. And so, you know, we've had an opportunity to be able to work together now for a couple of months and be able to see, you know, how things are going. And of course, as everybody and every board has their challenges, I want to talk a little bit about where we've been and what were some of the challenges that we faced.
Thank you, Chair Nash, I appreciate that. And just so everybody is aware, Ms. Nash and I have been having conversations since she came on board as chair around how are we moving forward and really long-term strategic planning to move our district. But in order for us to do that, we have to look back at where we were, and that led to a conversation with her, letting her know, and I call it the big rocks, the big rocks that I have been working on to help shape the work that we do. And so, you know, one of my expressions, and Darcy will tell you I say this a lot, I want us to be a parent's first choice because I truly do believe we are their best choice. So, when I was hired by the board, I made a commitment to the board, and you can see this commitment, that's the one thing and the only thing that is to provide the best educational experience for the students that we have a privilege. And I use the word privilege intentionally because parents have choice today, Ms. Nash, and we want to make sure that we're giving them the information they need to make the best choice for their child and that they trust us with their child. And that means this is a privilege for us. So I'm going to talk just about really the 3 years I've been here and then kind of where we're going. So my first year was really focused on building trust. It was very clear to me in the interview process with the board that that was an area that I needed to work on. Was building trust with our community, building trust with our team members, our district team members, and building a strong partnership with our board. And being a science and math person, I like to put things in the form of equations. And so what did I do my first year was listening, learning, and connecting. So building trust. So these are just some of the things that I did, those big rocks that I did. I spent a lot of time, thanks to Dr. Franklin, meeting and greeting people. I met and greeted lots of people. But that in itself was my listening tour, because in those meet and greets and going out to different events and talking to different folks, I got a sense of where we were as a district and really what trust looks like to those individual groups. You know, as a part of that, I did audits around our district and site-based leadership based on not just feedback from the community, but feedback from board members around areas that they had concerns, and then just by visiting schools, talking with our leaders, talking with our district staff, where are we at, what are we doing, and how are we getting better. You remember we were on fiscal watch. We exited fiscal watch. But that was due to the hard work that our team under Ms. Williams put in place, as well as we did a lot of work to ensure that we were keeping the board informed around where we stand, because you approved the budget, you set the budget, and you need to have that information. We did community outreaches, and I completed Leadership Columbia. And why was that so important? It was important because, one, I'm not from South Carolina. Two, I didn't have relationships in South Carolina. So being a part of Leadership Columbia helped me to learn my community, to begin to connect in the community and build relationships. One of the other things I focused on, and I asked each of our senior leadership team to have a professional learning goal. I believe we as individuals should continue to grow. We cannot give what we don't have. And so I did sell, that's through SCASA, and I successfully was accepted into the program. And as you will see
Before you
later
go to,
where I'm at.
so before you go to that one, I wanted to ask a question
Yes,
about
ma'am.
here on establishing trust. So that was kind of the way it was for all of us, just establishing trust with one another, establishing trust with our superintendent and our community. And so what did you find that was some of the major concerns for our community at that time?
Well, the community wasn't sure how the superintendent and the board were going to work together. That was one of their big concerns. In fact, several people said to me, you know, we watch the board meeting for its entertainment. We get our popcorn. One person said, I get my popcorn and my wine, and I watch it to be entertained. Well, a board meeting is not entertainment.
Right.
A board meeting is a business meeting.
Yeah.
It's about running the district, what we need to do for our students. And so, you know, Mr. Trapp was my first board chair. He and I worked very closely together to make the meetings more of a business meeting and less entertainment. So one of the things I did, for example, is we backed up the time to release the board the information to the board to prepare for the board meeting. That way board members had time to review. Every Friday, I would call Mr. Trapp first, because he's the board chair, ask him what his input was, is there any questions, clarity he needed on the agenda. Then I call all the other board members. Some I read, some I left messages for. And then I call Mr. Trapp back as the chair and say, hey, I talked to X amount of board members. Here are some issues. I never tell him what board member said this or that, but here are some concerns and how do you want to handle it? And then he and I worked out a strategy in which we would either have, he would send an email out, I would send an email out, or I may reach out to that person again saying, you know, I spoke with the chair about this and please reach out to the chair, whatever we needed to do. But it was really just working on how we function as a board and superintendent for our business meeting.
And do you feel like, you know, that we've come a little bit
We have
further?
come-
We've come a little bit
No,
further.
Our meetings are boring now. Quite honestly, that's what people tell me. They say, your meetings are boring. And I tell them that is a good thing, because the meeting is not for entertainment.
Yeah.
The meeting is about the district. And what I've said to folks is, what are we here for? Our board is here to do what you elected them to do, which is to ensure that we create the best environment possible to educate our students. That is our responsibility, and that is what the board's purpose is. And so we should be boring, because it is a business meeting.
All right.
All right, so next year, second year, my focus really started drilling down on student success. And what did we do during that year? We actually completed phase 1 of the compensation study, which I know was very important to the board, and we did that, which resulted in, I think, really helping us retain the people that we retained, why we had such a low vacancy rate this year. Was part of that was the compensation study. We piloted our tracking system for transportation. We addressed district staffing shortages, and that's why this year, like I said, we only had 68 vacancies, which is huge when you think about the number of teachers that we have in our district. We serve almost 29,000 students. We have 40 schools, and if we add alternative, 41. And so helping us make sure that we are retaining the people was critical, as far as realigning our professional learning for leaders. So we had an academic conference this year for our leaders, and we had a leadership conference for our leaders, which we will have another one coming up in this month. We will be getting the information out. I know one board member is excited because she's already asked me about it once before for that. We streamlined our focus on student outcomes. Everything we do, everything is around student outcomes. And what does the data tell us? We are a data-rich district, but we were not using our data effectively to move the needle where we knew it. And a lot of that came from really just the reorganization of the senior leadership team and increasing the effectiveness of the team. So hiring the right people, we have a brilliant chief academic officer in place that helps to crystallize my brain into action. And so that really helped to help us begin to do this work to ensure everything that we do, everything is about student success. And if you talk to anybody in the district, they're going to tell you, the question I always ask is, how's this impacting students? How's this going to impact students? Because that's what we're here for. And a part of that impacting students and building that relationship with the community that I heard about in the first year was establishing our family and community engagement department, so that we are truly focused on how do we work with our community, how do we invite them into the learning process for students, how do we show them that we are truly a valued partner with them and that they can trust us with the resources that they give us, because that's coming from their taxpayer dollars, but also when they're trusting us with their most precious gift, which is their children. And so that's our family and community engagement department that we stood up.
So
Any questions?
what did you feel was the most challenging thing that you experienced when it came to student success leading up to today?
I would say probably it was narrowing our focus and being intentional around some specific levers that will affect change. We were doing a lot of things. And some of them we're doing very, very well, and some of them we're not doing very well. But what's the real lever of change? And if you impact that, then you can have significant change. I'll give you a science example, because I taught this to my students, of how to build a fulcrum. So you just have a piece of wood that's long, you put a heavy weight over there. If I balance it correctly, I don't have to put a lot of weight on this end to lift it. I can actually lift it with my finger, depending on how I build that structure. What is the appropriate lever of change that we need to put in place? And so what you'll see in the next slide will be, we came up with 4 areas. PLC was one of them. Our MTS structures was another part of it. We narrowed it down to those 4 levers that schools could put into place to affect the change that they felt that they needed based on their data.
Perfect. All right, let's talk about that.
All right. And we continued with student success.
Oh, yes.
So just some other things that we did. Because really when we look at our school, we're talking about the whole culture of the school. Food. Food is very important. And before this, most kids were bringing their lunch, very few kids were buying their lunch. Now, kids are buying their lunch. I've even had some staff members and board members say, my child doesn't want me to make their lunch. They like the lunch that they're getting. So we have a new food contractor in place. We did some other things. We did a book study on leadership and health development. We refocused our data meetings around student outcomes and what are the levers that we're putting in place and what are we doing looking at the data down to individual students. And how many students are moving? Are they staying in their cohort? That is the level of work that we are doing. We looked at how we're supporting our students that do need intervention. We were operating from an upside down pyramid, meaning tier 3 was larger than tier 1. That is not the way it's supposed to be. Tier 1 should be 80% of our students, and we made that a very clear priority to all of our schools. Then we provide support at tiers 2 and 3 for those students that actually need that. We established our Foundation for Early Literacy partnership, And that's where we give the loveys to our pediatricians. So we partnered with the South Carolina Read program. And so what a brand new baby and mother gets when they go to their first pediatric visit is they get this little lovey. It has a QR code on it. When they scan the QR code, it takes it to our district website, and it tells that mom, here are some things you should look for your student. Here's where you can get support. Because the earlier we can identify students that may need additional support, the better off that student will be, because we will help that student and that parent be prepared to come into school. We want to get that student into a 3K program, 4K program, and when they hit the ground for kindergarten, they're ready to go. And so the Education Foundation helped us with that, and it's going wonderful. I'm now at the silver level. I successfully completed my first year of professional development because, as you and I talked about, Ms. Nash, my motto is I lead by example. I don't ask people to do things that I'm not willing to do myself. And so if I'm asking my senior leadership to have a professional learning goal, I have to have a professional learning goal. And that's what I do. So I excel. And the other thing I did, because I heard very loud and clear from the board after the first year, where you told me not to be working on my vacation, not to try to do 3 events in one night, Ms. Washington, to take better care of myself. So I require that each of our senior leaders has a self-care goal, and I have a self-care goal. And I'm proud to say that while I was on vacation over the winter break, I looked at my email one time.
Good job.
One time. That was it. And so I'm modeling what I am asking for. And so when we look at the 3rd year, we're looking at time, talent, and treasure, because transformation. We are really clicking now. We're doing work with EAB, which is an education resource organization, on work that they did. They've been doing across the nation around high-performing districts. And so I attended a webinar that they did last year and talked with one of our fellow school districts in our state around that work. And I knew it was something that would help take us to the next level. So we are partnering with EAB around that work. And really that's about streamlining how we operate as senior leaders and of the district. And so that we are empowering people to do the work that they're supposed to do and not doing the work that we're not supposed to be doing. We are working toward achieving SPED compliance. And Ms. McLaughlin has done just a great job already in the short period of time. But if you remember, SPED is one of those areas, it's 100% or out of compliance. There's no in between. It's 100% and out of compliance. And as we'll talk about next Tuesday in my update, we're down to 1 position that has not been filled from the positions that the board allocated in the budget. That's important. And as we discussed briefly with the budget, SPED is an area where we have to comply with federal and state requirements. We don't have options, and that's why it's either you're in compliant or you're not in compliant. And so we've been working very hard to ensure that that's where we're going, and that's my goal for this year. One of the things I also did is I integrated a teaching component into our Performing Arts Center. We have a wonderful performing art program at Richland Northeast High School. But not every one of our students in that program wants to be in front on the stage. There's a whole world behind the stage that students can be involved in. But until we opened our PAC, that was very limited. They could build limited sets and things of that nature. Now they get to work in a state-of-the-art facility that would allow them to go work on Broadway in the technical arena of performing arts. I also, as a part of the contract that we just did with our food provider, SFE, that they have to have, and that was in the previous contract, but they have to have a teaching component in there. And so they work with our Student Innovation Center around teaching them what's it like to be working in the food industry. Remember, they earned their SAFE certification through that program. And so now they get to actually work with chefs, work in a kitchenette producing food for people to consume. Our goal has been, and this is something you've heard me say multiple times, 80% of our students should be in tier 1. And so we have been working on that and pushing that with our principals and our teachers. But the goal is to ensure that we are giving our students everything that they need. And so by ensuring that 80% of them are receiving what they need in the classroom, that gives us then the resources that are really needed to provide those students in tier 2 and tier 3. So that is critical to student success. And then we are evaluating the effectiveness of 2 of our programs. That's something the board has been wanting us to do, and the board allocated money to do that in the budget. So the 2 programs that we are looking at is AVID and our career and college readiness programming. Now, I'm going to talk some more about college and career readiness programming because I have a big, audacious goal for future state that I feel that we as a district should be at. It's going to take a little while for us to get there, but it's what we need to be striving for. Any questions on transformation?
No, because it's going to be one at the end.
Okay. So these are just some of the other things we've done. We established a partnership with Founders Credit Union. We did our mindset book study, and you see my shirt today, mindset is everything. We implemented our faith-based partners, everybody to know what it is that we're doing. And I think Ms. Nash, you and I did a great job during the state of the district in letting people know what we do. I'm now SEAL Gold certified for my platinum development, and then as a part of our leadership work, our principals and staff did an independent book study on the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership. Now, just a refresher, because I want everybody, once again, I know we're live streaming, so I want everybody to know why the student success is so important, because look at the results that we got. 3 of our schools, we went from 3 to 6, excellent, 7 to 11 in good, and 17, we went down from 17 to 15 that are average. Our below average, we reduced it from 7 to 3. We had 1 unsatisfactory school, we have 0 now. And underperforming schools, we went from 7 to 3. That is because we look at everything from the lens of student success. It is a privilege for us to educate children, but we have to be able to tell parents that we are educating your child. We are meeting the standards that the state has set to show that students are being successful. So that's the transformation. What are we doing and where are we going? We're going to build momentum.
Well, I did have one question for that.
Oh, yes.
So out of the transformation, what would you say it has been or is currently still the most challenging thing that we face?
Oh, most challenging. There's several. Well, let me see. What I would say that is probably the biggest challenge is still getting to the 80%.
Yeah.
It's the 80%.
Right.
It's a shift in the way that we work. And so it's getting that shift for people to really begin to see it can be done.
Yeah.
And that's why that data right there is so important, because it is being done.
Right.
In spite of a 64% poverty rate,
Yeah.
in spite of some of the other challenges that our students bring into their classroom every single day. We can do it, because we have great teachers and great leaders and great district staff who are creating those conditions for success. So that's what I would say.
Okay, let's talk about building momentum.
Momentum. Where are we going and what are we working toward? Every one of our schools should be average or above. That's our goal. We are doing our strategic realignment of our resources. Okay? Whether we had charters coming into our district or not, we still needed to update our staffing guidelines, because the world has changed in 10 years. And just like with the compensation study, phase 1, we're still doing phase 2. These are things that should be looked at every 5 years, not 10, 15, 20 years ago. That things change. We live in a very different world. We want to achieve SPED compliance. My personal one is I want to see us have more SPED playgrounds. Those playgrounds are very, very expensive. They are at least $500,000 to $1 million because of the adaptive equipment that is needed for that. But what I would like to see is at every elementary school we have a SPED playground for those students. We are completing phase 1 of our new ERP system, and we are getting ready to celebrate our 100th year of educating students in our district. And that to me is very exciting. That's the momentum as we build, and as you know, momentum is a leader's best friend. When you have momentum, things become easier for us to get done. So if we get to that 80%, then we'll be able to achieve these other things that I am going to tell you that I want us to do.
Yes.
And that is our future state of 2028. I want us to have not just a 90% college, 90% graduation rate, because we have that, but 90% college career readiness to go along with the 90% graduation rate. Because what that tells you as an employer is that that student that's graduating didn't just complete standards that the state says, but it means they're ready for you to be hired, for them to be hired by you to do the work that you want them to do. And so that is college and career readiness. I want all of our schools to be average or higher, and then I want trust to be solidified within our community. Because when trust is solidified, parents will believe that we are the best choice for their children, because they will know that we are there to take care of their children, we're going to educate that child, we're going to meet that student's needs, and we're going to do it by being fiscally responsible in a safe and caring learning environment. So, any other questions?
Well, only for the sake of time, I'll let you skate by with this one. I'm just kidding, I don't have a hardball question for this one, but yeah.
Well,
so
just a few things that the board does need to be aware of. We will be doing our district reaccreditation, Dr. Franklin. They pushed it 27, 28, but they pushed it back a year. Cognitive did, not us. And I know we're going to work based on our conversations on updating our strategic budget in place. And so, thank you.
Thank you for that. And the reason why this conversation is important, so that we all are aware, the work that we're going to start talking about and doing here with Mr. Simmons is directly a part of that, and getting us prepared to be able to work on those things and get to that place around like our strategic plan and, you know, where we've been, where we are, and where we're headed. All right, so we're going to go ahead right now and take a break. If we could do like a 10-minute break, and we will return at 10:30. 10:31 is officially 10 minutes. So if you're somewhere around there, you're good. Okay. All right, sorry. All right, so we're back, everybody, and just want to remind everybody that at your tables, there are recording devices. So for the public, we are back, and we are ready. We've taken our break, and we're now for the portion of our day where we have Mr. Simmons from Simmons Advantage, who's been doing a lot of work with the board over for a little bit now. He came, Dr. Scott recommended him, and I definitely think that we have improved with him working with us, and so we're going to continue that trajectory. And so, Mr. Simmons, take it away.
Thank you. I get the illustrious welcome like Dr. Moore, so I guess I'm going to earn my keep. All right. So, welcome back, Kwame Simmons. I guess I'll start here. One, I'm always honored to connect and support with educators. I think so many times, because particularly in the United States, you've gone to school, everyone thinks they understand school. Everybody's the expert. They show up. And so I take pride in that. Whenever I'm honored to stand in front of you to communicate, because I stand before you as a microphone of only 1% of African Americans, males, who are in education. And so when we show up,
got to show out. Also, I am also the proud alum of the greatest HBCU in the land, Hampton University. And so I must always, with Benedict being up the street, always like to know, big dog is in the house. All right, with that being said, with that being said, Dr. Moore said something that I think truly resonates in more ways than one, around the self-care. I think a lot of times we think of the self-care as just like a physical thing, but it's also a mental. It's how you reconcile who you are at work as well as who you are at home, right? How do those things come together? And today, I was positioned with one. So I'm sitting here ready for you guys, listening, and I get a text message. My son was supposed to go to his annual physical, to get his physical. And he texts and says, "Daddy, you didn't tell me I had to get a shot." So you know by y'all laughter what this means behind that. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm gonna be live, so I'm gonna mute myself. So I was like, oh goodness, I didn't. So I was telling our chair, I was like, yeah, I might have a little issue. So earlier, I apologize, I needed to step out because he was in the office and it was meltdown central. Okay? And so being able to reconcile, and I remember earlier in my career, I'm not sure I would have done that. Right? But you only get so many of those opportunities as a parent, right? To really be there and to know, especially once you get older children, they don't want you to be there. They're going to call you afterwards and you're like, wait a minute, I would have told you this and all of that kind of stuff. But for him in the moment to say, hey, look, I need my daddy, right? So duty call. So I needed to step away and do that. So we counted to 10 backwards, and by 3 it was all over. He had to tape the little Band-Aid and everything. So I think that the story was appropriate because when I listened to Dr. Moore, she talked about all decisions that you all are making has to do with students. But when you bring it personal to you, like I just did with my son, that's when and why certain discussions should have conflict. Okay, when we are talking about real children, real people's lives, that should require real discourse, okay, between adults. But what you don't want is to disagree and also be disagreeable. And that's what we want to be able to do today. So I've been charged with a great task of working with the board over the last 8 months to talk about lots of things. One, how to corral their passion and energy, which you guys are fully aware of, right? And to think and reflect on how they have performed historically, how they're performing currently, and what kinds of structures would they like to put in place to drive not only their tenure on the board, but those who are to follow for them. And so I'm gonna pause there because I wanna talk about the structure of our day later, but I have a small activity for us. If you could please stand, okay? When you stand, if you could put your laptop down, and then if you have any technology, you can just set it on the table, right? So I'm gonna give you a little nerd stuff, right? I love like learning about school. What's the #1 class that kids enjoy the most in school?
PE.
Every single day, twice on Sunday, right? What's the second class that they like the most? Recess.
Oh, yes, recess.
Right? So we can combine it, right? So I know my team what's going on over here, right? And so, but you think about so many resources and effort is placed where? English, math, right? But traditionally, that's where it is, without necessarily considering student input around what engages them. And so it's not like we say you're gonna do recess all day, right? But it does mean we should interrogate what is it about PE and recess that you enjoy the most there, and how do we align that across the board so that you can enjoy school for the duration of the day, right? And so any of you guys who are middle school people, you know how school is in the morning and how it is after lunch. And so this is mission critical to be able to use this kind of research. So now, you guys have a task. This is the most elite group of adults in Richland too. So you guys have
a daunting task. So, here are your guardrails. You cannot talk. You can walk. You can use your hands. Okay? You cannot talk. You can walk. And you can use your hands. You also have 60 seconds. Okay? Your task is to align yourself in chronological order by birthday. Everyone in the room. Was that some kind of martial arts thing you did back there? board chair?
Or distress.
Okay. So, as you're looking around, I'd like for you to begin your task. Do we have a clarifying question?
Yes.
Yes,
Is it
Dr.
by birth date or birth date and year?
Just birth date.
Oh, got it.
Birth
Okay.
date and month. Thank you. That's a very good question.
All right.
Sorry.
Oh,
This is the
he's
hard
done it yet.
on one end
You on
and
the
the other
move.
on the other.
Yes.
You on the move. All right, I had to get my
Okay.
phone so I can make sure I'm
okay.
keeping time. I'm the timekeeper.
All right, I think we
Ladies
got
and
it.
gentlemen, we also have, I'm gonna tell you something else in just a second. Huh? All right, ready, set, go. That guy's got a state ID out. Time. All right. Birthday now.
January 25th.
The gas.
I haven't made it on this board in years without anybody knowing my birthday.
That's right. All right. All right. So we made it.
Tomorrow.
Right. Oh, excellent job. All right. Let's come back. Come back to and stand at your chairs. Come back to your chairs. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Class is good. Class is good. We're not gonna retake it. This is the real world. You don't get no second chance. We don't get credit recovery. Get credit recovery. It was very fun.
Is this just audio or is it also video? Because that right there was classic. That is going viral. The gas. Okay, guys. Okay. So,
Marshall Lynn, thank you for.
all right. So let's just quick reflection. How was that experience for you? Without
Well,
being able
considering
to
I
talk.
can't add hand, fingers, and toes, yeah, I messed that one up.
Okay.
I was super excited. I was like, we got this.
You're excited about the challenge.
Having some prior knowledge was helpful. Because I know I'm December and she's Darcy, so we were at the end and it gave us some place to start.
Ah, you knew that.
That was
Okay,
good.
very good. Very good.
You
didn't factor,
Prior to
I know we had a January and a December. We could figure it out.
All the rest of y'all getting between.
I was like, oh, she's 2 days ahead of me.
Now we know you got to go.
Listen, when you got up with that right there, I said, I don't know where you're going. You were just flashing numbers all over.
Chat was classic.
Yes.
Like, he was like, I'm not even gonna go through all this. It's not even.
Yes.
That's great, he used his hands.
That was very creative.
That is
Oh, wow.
I
good.
didn't say anything. He said I didn't.
And he used
Well,
his
you
hands.
didn't prohibit it that I was aware
I
of.
didn't say anything to you. I watched you. I saw. I thought it
That's
was very
fantastic.
innovative.
You're
Very
good.
innovative. Very
You
good.
showed us
Okay.
some.
Anyone else? Thoughts about what you just experienced?
So it looks like some of us used what we had, others of us used other resources.
Ah, right. So we just, you just tried to use what you had individually to try and get the goal accomplished.
And knowing Mr. Trapp, he used what is his skill. He's used to fixing things. So his mind is like strategically, where do I go down in time, or what do I need to be able to fix a problem? And then he went to his wallet and took out his ID.
Part of that was he was getting conflicting guidance
Oh,
because Jen, and who was with you, Jen?
I don't even
Except
remember.
for you.
I'm so confused.
They told him to come over there, and I did this because it's 8 months, at that 8th
Oh,
month,
yeah.
and I went, and told him to stand next to me.
Yes.
And then when he looked at his driver, they put him back over there, and then he looked at his driver's license, and they said, no, put him.
interesting.
Yes.
So we had conflicting guidance coming from us.
Yes.
We didn't have
And
clarity.
what you also
That's
hear
good.
from Jen is she couldn't remember because sometimes it becomes overload, that the lift is too heavy for me to be able to fully engage. I'm just trying to do like whatever it is I need to do. There wasn't enough bandwidth for whatever what else is doing. Like, let me just try and like get where I think I can be.
But
Okay?
I also couldn't see his license, so I didn't.
Listen, you see I have mine with me, yes ma'am? Yes ma'am. Okay, stand up, please. Stand up. So, Mr. Dennis, it does look like you are, sir, the first birth. And so you are January
9th.
9th. So please raise your hand. All right, so January 9th. Guys, you're going to have a second task. Your second task is now you can use all available resources that you have. You can use your mouth, you can use your hands, you can text, you can use whichever devices makes you feel most comfortable. I do want you to know at the very beginning of the line will be Mr. Dennis, who was January 9th. Can you raise your hand? Can everyone see Mr. Dennis?
yes.
Yes, very good. And the very last birth date of the year is?
I'm December 20th, 1970. Was I supposed to say that? 12/20.
December 24th. Okay, so I
he's
think
dated, yes.
our very last birth date will be December 21st. Can you raise your hand, sir? Yes, very good. And so at the very end of the line, you can select where you'd like to be. Would you like to move there now? To move to the end of the line, very good. Mr. Dennis, and you can be the front. You can make that selection now. Very good. Does anyone have any other questions?
I have a lot of
What's the
questions.
task?
Your task is to align yourself by birth date from the very beginning of the year, being in January, to the very end, being in December. The beginning of that line begins here with Mr. Dennis.
Can we speak or no?
You sure can. You can use whatever resources you have. Guys, you have 60 seconds. That has not begun. It has not begun. It has begun now.
August 11th, August 18th, February 11th.
Is everyone in place? Very good. Time. I'll let you guys know you used all 60 seconds the very first time. Right? Right now, do you all feel confident with where you are? Yes. All right. Your new results, 24 seconds. 24 seconds. Yes. Yes. Yes, with the additional check. Right. You know you got an educator out here, right? Right. And you got two, because she had her manipulative side. All right, give yourselves a hand. Very good. Good job. Take your time.
I have no reason. You will not be slipping.
Okay. Now, what's your thought about the second part of your activity?
Practice is important.
Yes.
Yeah, and you're not always, especially with a complex activity, when there are restrictions or things that we've got to deal with that we don't know what's going to come up or who's going to do what, or if I can even read somebody's license or like whatever, you know, you don't know what's gonna happen. So you really have to know that it's gonna take time, it's probably gonna take more than one time.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, very insightful.
I
Anyone
like the
else?
quality control piece. I mean, I
Yes,
think a lot of
that was
times
good.
we're in the middle of work and we do need people to check behind us in various things, so I appreciate that quality control.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Anyone else?
And it was in a way that it was like, it was an assist to the team, not a like, hey, I'm looking to see that you did something wrong.
Assuming best intention.
Yeah.
You gave us the freedom to pick whatever way we felt we needed to resolve the task, instead of what we tend to do in the classroom. Is the way to do it? Is this the way I taught you to do it?
That's good.
And when you have sufficient resources, you can be successful.
Oh.
Oh, good
What
answer.
did the kids do? They do I like that. Okay, one more.
We learn from our mistakes.
Two.
Now, I was gonna say that the ability to communicate without restrictions made all the difference, from, I mean, communication is what makes everything work.
And so in this situation, the communication became an additional what for you? Tool. And so one of the things that what limited you in the first time was a restriction of tools, which then said, now you have to kind of figure things out individually. And so what happens inside organizations, when each person is trying to figure things out individually, that causes total chaos. Okay? And so you might have departments by name, but if those departments aren't communicating in a way that's aligned to the organizational goal, you have organizations within a larger organizational umbrella. Okay? The other thing is the use of communication in this instance was a huge resource for you. The fact that you could use your mouth, the fact that you all are all adults who all speak the same language, being able to use your mouth, are all advantages that helps you be successful. And so what I am here to do is support the board. And so all of the district staff, the task today will be how you think about how to best support your board of directors. From your positions on the operational side, what kinds of information do you want them to have access to and be grappling with, so when they are not with you in your official board meetings, that they are doing the kind of work that drives and accelerates the work that you're doing well, and they're working hard to help you grapple with solving problems that you're currently dealing with. Because that's the kind of partnership in successful districts that continue to have success year after year. There is a misnomer where people say, oh, these successful districts, they just don't have challenges. That's not true. They just learn how to solve challenges differently than those who are not successful. Right? And almost even more intense. The more successful you are, the more pressure there is for you, because people expect to see that over and over again. Right? And so when you think about performers like Beyonce can't have a dud album. Right? It's just not going to work for her. And everyone would say, oh, you know, what's happening? Where artists do it all the time. Like, I didn't know, like, Keith Sweat had 20 albums, right? I know, like, 2. The last one I knew he made was in the 80s, right? You know, I saw something, I was like,
That's not
I was looking at streaming. I was looking at streaming, and it was like 2025. I said, what?
2 discs.
I was today years old. You know, says who? Okay? So expectations are different, right, for different people. Okay? So, our task today is to think deeply. What I have been doing with the board is looking at how they interact with each other and thinking about best practices with that, as well as how they think about the work that they do when they're interacting with the district. Okay? And what we've done is looked at several things and created a tool that we are all going to dive into deeply today. The methodology around that is based off research that you'll see from Behind Every Good Decision, as well as the Council of Great City Schools. These are documents that talk about 1, organizational change, large organizational strategic planning, Council of Great City Schools, long regarded as one of the best organizations that work with large school districts on how to perform best. Okay, and they gather all the time, and they spend a lot of time doing research and producing documents to do that. And so, what does that mean? It means we ask the right questions. Use the right data. Communicate insights effectively. That's what you guys just did just now in the second part. You looked at each other, communicated well, everyone felt very well supported, and in half the time or more, you were able to act with discipline and fidelity. Just like that, in just a matter of seconds. Right? And the look on your faces from the very first activity to the second told everything. To put people in position to feel successful is an insatiable thirst. Once you feel success, you always want it. And that's what you all are here to do, and I am honored to be able to support you and being able to achieve that. And so, like, I'm a trained educator, so there's nothing like bad PD, right?
Yes.
Where you could have Googled it, and I'm back here making origami, and I'm needing to be managed because I'm back here kicking your desk and playing around with you. Like, I just can't handle it. So it has been intentionally designed for a person like me. So you all will spend lots of time talking, lots of time interrogating things and having conversation. Hopefully it's ample time, but speaking with Dr. Moore and spending time with our board chair and the board, this isn't the last conversation. This is the beginning of one to help elevate the kind of alignment that I think everyone has been yearning for, right? And so we want to ground it with some norms. One, curiosity before conclusions. We want to be curious before we draw conclusions. Today is not about making judgment on any single person, who did this, going back in time to elevate a person that you got an axe to grind with. That's not today, okay? It is also about evidence before opinion. You want to make sure that we are grounding the things that we're discussing in evidence. Where is the evidence? And I'm going to push hard to ensure that we enforce those norms, because sometimes we can, we get passionate and we want to make sure that our points get across, but I want to push to make sure, because we have limited time, that we are talking about evidence. The third, systems before individuals. At this executive level, this is why we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about systems. What system has been designed to address this particular piece of evidence or thing that we are discussing? Individuals, by structure, is operational. That is on the board's one hire. That is Dr. Moore. So that's not a board thing. And so as you're talking today, I'm going to encourage you not to incite the board to think individually, right, but to think systemically. This is an opportunity to manage up. You want to talk about the systems that you have in place when we're going through our documents today. And then last, discipline over operational detail. Right? It is discipline. Mike Tyson said, I know it's like an international philosopher for me to bring up Mike Tyson in a meeting, right?
This is true.
But
Modern day
he
warrior.
said, though, when he was champion or as he was training, he said, discipline is doing the things that you hate like you love it. It's doing the things that you hate like you love it. And so think about it. I know I'm not the best person with paperwork, but trust me, I will take away from my profits to hire somebody who loves that, okay? Because I know it will hurt me in the end if it's not done properly, right? And so discipline over operational detail. So today is about layers of reflection for you individually, but also thinking about your role in the organization as a board member, as a district employee, and how we help to elevate the board to be the absolute best. How can this be the best governing board in the state of South Carolina? Those kinds of words are important to say because people who aren't champions never say it. If you are not the best, you don't say it. They say, oh, you're being arrogant. That stuff is for people who've never won. That's who talks like that. But people who win, they talk like we expect to win a championship.
Yes.
Right? If you don't expect to, you never say, oh yeah, we just fine with, going out to participate. Those are participation trophies. Right? I hate going to those events. I'm sorry. It says this notion, it's like I can just go and shoot in the wrong basket and still be rewarded. No, I can say 2 + 2 is 3 and still get, the smiley face and scratch a sniff stickers and all of that stuff. I love that. Right? Then why is he getting, I said 4 and he said 3. What's going on here? Okay? And so we want to make sure we are sending the right signals. We are sending the right signals. Okay? So now, we're going to operate out of a couple of documents. So before I go there, Matt, if we could pull up the very first one, that's going to be the Richland document, should be the green face. Okay? All right, so one of the documents that we spent a lot of time with the board is the 2023 submitted document that says strategic plan, but Dr. Moore has got me together. She said, listen, brother, that's not it. This is a compliance document. I talked to the state about change. I said, okay, Doc, I don't work with the state. Okay, I got you. And so for the purposes of just language, this document says strategic document. But what is important, though, is it is the document that the board had. Right? It's a document the board had, and the board needed to go through something. And so this is a document the board has spent significant time addressing. You'll see that one in a second, right, Matt? All right, it's coming up. Also, we'll quickly transition once that gets up there. There will be a document that encompasses a board self-assessment, a board self-assessment of itself and its operation, a board self-assessment of its understanding of that quote-unquote strategic document or a compliance document, we'll use that term, and then the assessment of the current status of that document. So you have 3 large pieces to dig into throughout the day. You all have been strategically placed in teams because through those teams, through your committees, you will think about the information that has been presented here. How does that inform your decision making as a committee? Okay? As a committee, and so you are mixed with district employees as well as board members to help elevate the things that are happening real time in the district so that the board can best organize itself when they are not with you with the best information and access to that information. Okay? And so you'll see this document. So I want to share this one. Can we see the other one? Okay. So, and it's okay, Matt. Tanidra, can you send it to them now? Or do they already have it? Okay. All right. So in your emails, you will have both of these documents that you will have access to. Right? All right. Is there? Yeah. So I just want to do a quick process check just to make sure. Just a quick thumbs up once you access your email and you can see those documents. Okay. We need 100%. Right. We are 2. We are 10% there.
Oh, here it is. Okay, got it.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah. You have it?
I got it.
Got it. All right.
Tanidra?
There we go.
Did you send it to everybody?
Matt and Kim are down.
We're looking at first.
You need to download them so that you'll be able to open them up.
Which one would you like for us to look at first?
We're looking at the.
Neither just yet. I just wanted to make sure everyone has access.
Okay.
Okay, I think she's sending it. We're just gonna take a quick second. Just want to make sure everyone has access. Everyone's good here. Okay, that's good there.
You're good, right?
All right, we're just waiting on 2 more. All right, I know Tanidra's over here making magic. So Here's your initial task. So, again, today, we're looking for patterns, not isolated findings. Looking for patterns, not isolated findings. And so in patterns do what? Appear more than once. Show up across multiple data sources. And have strategic implications. Okay? So our goal is to build a shared understanding of how the system is currently operating before identifying actions or solutions. This is what I call low on the ladder of inference. So if we see something, we are not jumping to say, oh, I know this is because that's the first activity we did. I know this is because that's using different kind of information and resources that everyone doesn't have. We're going to operate off the same information, which is the 2 documents that you have in front of you today. Okay? Same information. If you have that and you want to bring it up, let's jot it down on the side, but let's not throw that into the center where everyone doesn't have access to that. Because even if you share it at your table, the other 3 tables don't have it to assess as they're thinking about it. Okay? So particularly if you're a district person, even if you are a board governing person who has been here and had a longer tenure, you want to just pause, put that down. There will be time to elevate. I want to stay focused on the 2 documents that we have in front of us. Okay. All right, now, step 1. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take a second. I want you to highlight what repeats. Highlight what you see repeats. Again, low on the ladder of inference. Look for patterns. So you're going to go through the sections. You're going to look at data sources, at strategic goals. But please do not single out one data point. Remember, we're looking for patterns. Also, focus on surprises or do not focus on surprises or anecdotes. Okay? Again, we'll have time to.
We just have one clarifying question. We're working from the Richland 2, the compliance document?
Yes. So I want, no. I want you to be able, I want you to have both, just so that you know.
Oh, I see, across.
What influenced the second.
Okay.
Okay? So if you have in front of you, did you bring your, the one I printed for you all?
No.
No, Tanisha has. So let me just do it so we don't have Matt going back and forth. All right. All right, we got 2 documents that you should see. This is one. This is the original, Richland 2. This is what the board has spent time digging into. This is one of the key pieces that you see inside this document. Inside this document, you will see the board self-assessment of itself and how it's currently performing. You will also see its self-assessment of its understanding of this document. And you will also see its current analysis of this document. And so as you're going through, it's this document that you want to interrogate. I just had this up here for reference for you so that you knew where that large analysis was coming from. When you say, where are your goals coming from? It came from this document. Okay, it came from this document.
But we're looking for patterns in the second document.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent question. So you are looking for patterns in this document.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
And just start anywhere?
All right, so now, this is an individual activity because I want each person to be able to have time to just kind of go through the documents, familiarize themselves with it, and make the highlights. And so remember, you're looking for sections, data sources, strategic goals to highlight where you see patterns. Where you see patterns. I will give you 15 minutes for that. Come back together. Lots of notes. Okay, so we're gonna move on to step 2. So step 2, with the partner. So I know our academics table has an even number, so you guys can split into pairs. Our strategic planning group, you guys can be, a pair and a group with the third. I'll give you your adjustment for you guys who are odd numbers. So the task is, with the partner, identify one pattern using the sentence frame. A pattern we see is because it appears in and. What am I doing now? Forcing us to stay in the protocol.
Yeah.
Okay, forcing us to stay in the protocol. And so what I'm doing for district folk in support of you with the board, focus on the evidence. Okay, trying to get them to stay focused on the evidence. And so I'm leaning on you all to support me in that as the board is growing here. Because a reminder, we must reference at least 2 sources from the analysis. We must reference 2 sources. Okay, a pattern we see is because it appears in and. Okay, so in your pairs, those we have even pairs, you have one example to produce. If you are in thirds or tries, however you want to do that, you all do 2. Okay, go.
Reminds me of you. Something you at your own spot. Because this needs to be spot. Okay, now one that almost would call a theme or something like that. It's just commitment to student outcomes in multiple places. And so, in a strategic plan, what's the couple of patterns?
I'm gonna go through mine and if y'all agree with any of them, then we'll go with that. Okay, so first pattern.
Yeah, I didn't do a great job of that either.
Self-evaluation,
Based on the goals
I guess
that
also
we have set
known as student outcomes.
So what we're actually doing according to self-evaluation, they're not matched.
There's a lot of stuff I did, but I do.
Nothing
Did it different than what
intent versus
the direction.
variability in strategic literacy. What's visible in like our data that we give for ELA and graduation rates versus what the conversations we have as a board and what we're familiar with. Based on the self-evaluation are 2 different things. Yeah, the data that we're provided with and based on our feedback from what we know don't match. Achievement disparities, on-track goals. So based on the data provided, and middle school performance should be at the top of the list.
And one of the strengths of the commitment to students.
So overall, this is what I did. This is how I wrote it overall, which is not always. But the document reflects a district and board that are committed to student success and
data systems.
quality,
We have
but are navigating challenges related to governance, maturity, strategic literacy, and environmental systems. The overall achievement theme is one of the progress and potential with a clear roadmap for achieving strategic goals, equity, measurable outcomes throughout the intentional governance practices and intentions. But I broke things down, like over here, one of the overall is commitment to governance strengths and challenges.
So this is
So we have to know
Central
that,
theme,
right? So a pattern we see is about
recurrent focused amounts of document with the emphasis,
And that conflicts with
achievement gaps, and sped students.
anything that you have that might go with any of these
I really
things,
didn't.
focus on that.
it shows up.
Yeah.
Well, I had very similar to you, I had role responsibility and clarity that came out several
And to me, it
places.
shows up
So I
in the
think
data.
that was
When we
the
talk
other
about the
thing
employees in here,
Right.
this, but to me, it
you know,
shows
that
up
I didn't walk away with a clear understanding was
the data should
what
also,
truly is
in some
strategic,
way,
what's
reflect.
kind of operational, and that's kind of your point between administration and board.
Oh,
What
yeah.
truly is strategic, what is the operational level of thinking, and where that's going on. Because I felt like there was
I think it would be a direct
Yeah, it says, there is some policies, accountability, there is some.
we have to.
I don't know, so, you know, I'm one of them people, whatever I say, I can care less what anybody in public thinks about it.
the last of the definition was something that came out.
Where was the other?
Yeah,
Those were the two additional, well, I think
I don't
my
ever have
role responsibility and clarity
that's how I.
As well as we look at.
So here, it says responsibility and clarity.
I think I did it.
I guess that's about.
And to me, I think it's also so tangible.
Yeah.
Like, it's, I feel like that's something.
So I went with an overall type pattern
progress was
rule,
measured.
basically like commitment to student success was when they're finding it, and how we achieve that was through equity and navigate the challenges.
The board and the board reminded
So,
me,
it's on the website?
hey, we're
Pattern I
here,
saw
Okay.
about
I didn't,
and this is like, we need that.
systems of follow.
I didn't,
And
go through and
that
find
system,
like
and that
a
way
number or
put
word
in
pattern,
terms of
like it was a holistic
Another
idea.
way that it said was,
When I skimmed through the whole thing,
because this is
You know,
happening, we're not.
systems
more like a vision.
follow through related to accountability, but I also saw systems of follow through.
But I
One of the ones that was mentioned was the idea of
Yeah.
that we write this.
But this is why we're gonna have time. This is
Kind of gives us maybe clarity
think about,
regarding how we
anytime you're working with a parent, it requires time. But the intentionality, what you do with the time. So some people have more time to practice.
That could be the first blank.
If you guys agree on a path, may not have the sources, we're gonna get you to find things that you are identifying the sources. There is gonna come a time that is crystal clear. I want to know exactly where you're pinpointing it, because error arises. That's where you're gonna wanna be able to go back and say, hey, where's this going
clarity
on?
and
Because if you don't do that, you can find the baby out of the bag. It's like, oh, this whole system doesn't work. No, there's a step in there that we missed. We're just missing a little. Oh, we come to one time, we're like, no, we wrote a whole, say dollars. But do you guys have a sentence?
No, I have,
Oh, okay, all right, oh, don't worry, all right, that's what y'all need. So I said, basically, the pattern we see is equity is named as a priority.
I know, self-assessment.
But we don't really see it fully with self-assessment and all of our practices.
Which helps, like, streamline everybody.
Yes.
And in that way,
It only appears in the board self-assessment, the SPED, and the ATIS goals, and then in the governance recommendations.
and then how can we go back and work?
Basically, what I was saying, and what you're saying,
Point about strategic elements of the government, and the cross analysis.
It ain't that, you know, my move was
I'm finding different sections of this.
Cross analysis.
I read it. I see.
I think it's something right very well.
which is difficult because.
Four. Yep.
So it's the hard, what they call roll to hold. That's a great answer. Just pass it all. There are people who can't do that. Yeah, let them handle that. But you see that as a and you think, okay, there's like to address that. Yeah. Not the individual situations, but okay, now this is in 2 years, 10 times. So what's this? Is this a new policy, and does it need to be addressed in policy?
It's just like a kickoff information at the ball.
There was a page underneath.
All right, let's come back together really quick. So, we are going to do a quick. Shelly, if you guys can just come over here, and then you guys for this next part, if you could just come right up here for this one. Okay, now for the next part, share with the opposite group what your pattern recognition is, and then we'll go. All right, so they are doing a deep dive. So this is hopefully here how you guys arrive at.
Oh, there was one there?
They haven't completed theirs yet, but they rock and roll now. But I wanted them to hear from how you guys did that.
locked in here.
Okay. All right, Jen and Steph, you guys have your part.
How we came to it, or what did we come up with?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So they are still doing their
We've got role responsibility and overlap is the
and then you
pattern
guys
that
can
we
be able
saw.
to go. But you'll have this document throughout the
And
okay. All right.
because it appears in section 4, the self-assessment, and also section 7, the cross analysis.
You got a second, go, okay.
Overachievers.
We're
related, but add governance to it.
Which were things that continue to complement in other areas.
Around clarity of how things are measured is aligned.
It's very specific.
And it appears.
There's a little system overload for us.
Okay, good.
We're very familiar with strategic plan, but no self-assessment document. We're trying to dive into it better. We're trying to dive into deeper and have to kind of filter through this. But I think a lot of our conversation came down to, as a board member, definitely see your commitment.
That's the how we were going, like the last.
What I only see is high commitment to continuous improvement with emerging structures to support, because it appears in the accommodation section and in the recommendations for structured government learning, such as the strategic plan, governance academy, the data retreats,
Oh, yeah.
and governance development.
Every time they go,
So I
go somewhere,
kind
they
of
give it
see
to
as a
us.
high
It
commitment to
actually is
continuous improvement, basically because it appears in the accommodation section and in the recommendations.
Dashboard comment. Yep, was that we needed a quarterly strategic dashboard concurrent. Because oftentimes when we come together to discuss our goals and plans, we're looking at from the retrospect of it. And the data has already changed. It's not our current issue. And even when we make our goals, that's the case. And so when we look at this, it conflicts our goals and what our urgent needs are. Our goals, for example, would be, we put a lot of emphasis on safety. I think in the past, there was more issues regarding safety. But we've already made the decision, we've seen the impact of it, where things have gotten better. But right now, our urgent need is sped.
So you're saying what I was saying, I said the governance maturity of the board, pretty much, and then you got the strategic literacy, working together and monitoring the systems.
We'll do it differently.
Overall, it's the same thing.
Kind of came up at
How we
understanding
put it out.
strategic
Right.
policy
It's kind of
decisions
sounds like
rather than what's operational.
Okay, let's come back together.
System of reporting our progress on the goals.
How does that
We get
fit
to a
together so that
goal,
you're getting information?
and she's telling you how
Okay.
the goals
All right, let's come back together. So table one, I'll
remove
just
the barriers.
give y'all a number. Table one up here. Yeah, you got table one. So can you guys give us an example between the two groups? It doesn't matter. Give us your pattern.
I think your overarching thing, the one you said, because it covered everything.
So we noticed, a pattern that we saw and discussed was governance and alignment, and how governance should be driving everything that we do in terms of, let me back up and just say what's on the board. So a pattern that we talked about was governance.
I appreciate you so much. You know, I'm going to the room. I'm going to the room, Connor.
Because it appears in the strategic plan as well as in our self-evaluation. So a pattern that we notice is governance, because it appears in our strategic plan and in our self-evaluation.
Very good. Would you like to share? Yes, please.
A pattern we see is role responsibility and overlap, because it appears in our self-assessment and in section 7 cross-analysis.
Yes. So, district folk, I'm going to be working with the board this way. You see how specific this sentence is? That's my encouragement for how you communicate with the board. Very short, to the point, because everything else outside of that opens you up to more questions. And so if you heard from Dr. Moore earlier, when the questions start to elevate, they don't come to you, they come to her. And so you don't want to incite that. So I'm saying a best practice, focus on getting in there, getting out of there. Cite the source, cite the evidence, make sure that they're clear on the sources that you're leveraging, so then that way you give them what they're asking for, what they need, and you're giving them the source to check, to fact check. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to add, because we talked about, this came up, is when presentations or reports are brought to us, it would be helpful if we're always reminded of what policies are affected based on the data that's being presented to us. Because that keeps it in the forefront, that's what we should be thinking about in governance.
That's a good point. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, Doc.
Now, I'll add to that, the clarity around what the board is asking for.
Yes.
Will help us then provide what you need. Because there's not always clarity around, and that's why I said earlier, talking with the chair, I'll get an email from one board member on the same topic asking for this. A different board member asks for that. Another board member wants this. How do we pull all of that together to make sure, and that's where I think the committee structure, as I shared with you, is a definite benefit. And the example that I gave that I thought was really well is the report that Ms. Porter and Mark put together on safety and security. It's very detailed. It answers all of the questions that Ms. Porter said the board members have with the information that the district has to give them what they feel that they need. And then she sends it out to them. And it's very clear. I think it answers the mail. And we're good to go.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. But also to that, I think it's important for everyone to know in our committee meeting, I shared everything that the board came to me about, but we didn't include everything in that report because it had to be something that was a concern amongst the for us to take it. Because if Mr. Hutton had a report on every little detail that every board member came, it would take too long.
Right.
Yes.
And so if it wasn't a significant concern, I stated, this is a concern, but it didn't come up multiple times. So therefore, that was something that wasn't included in the report.
And so what you are talking about, you are now referencing. And so district and board team members, what you see is the board now elevating how it's starting to create guardrails for itself. To say, hey, there are things that we're still grappling with, and what you heard from Dr. Moore is that we're still grappling with things, but we are learning now, as we're still grappling with them, to hold them close. Things that we are clear about, those are the things that we elevate and bring back because we are clear what we want to see back, right? And so what we don't want is to create an endless sense of ideation, right? Because what happens, what you may not realize on the operational side, on the district side, that clogs the system, right? You start calling and calling and calling, and now people weren't expecting that call because I left with the list that you had already given me. Now here comes a new list. How do I prioritize which list, right? Between each of the people. That's what you hear coming from Dr. Moore. And what she's trying to do is also then protect her team, right? So she'll just take the body shots, right? But you know what she's up against. That's why she also has a goal to what? Self-care, right? That doesn't come from nowhere. And so you don't want to unintentionally inflict a wound, right? You don't want to unintentionally inflict a wound. Very good. Yes, ma'am.
So what I hear you saying is that we should adopt a model of, like that template of being very clear and concise is to, one, here's a pattern I'm seeing. Like if we're asking for information from the administration, here's a pattern I'm seeing because it appears here and here. This is my question.
1000%, yes. Okay. Yes. And so where you are beginning to go and what you hear from Dr. Moore, Board Member Porter, is that some of the research that comes from the Council of Great City Schools has to do with guardrails for boards. That one of the best practices for boards is to adopt a policy that the only person they talk to is the superintendent. Right? And so you also then define the time and the engagement for that so it's meaningful for both parties. And then everyone then goes back to their respective locations to execute their work. And so it's incumbent upon each group to be very, very prepared for those meetings so that the exchange happens. Now on the operational side, on the district side, if you're getting a lot of questions, that means you didn't give a lot of answers, okay? And so that's what you want to be able to do is to manage up and really listen because Dr. Moore only has her 2 ears. She has all of you guys at an executive level to be listening and watching and helping her manage all of the members of the board, the different committees. And so you guys have to also be operating in concert with each other so that when it's time for her to have to stand up and be in that meeting without you, she has the most precise information that she can share to answer those questions. Right? Very, very good. You guys want to share yours really quick? Jen and Sean?
We can, I'll do it.
Okay.
So Ms. Williams and I, a pattern we see is about clarity. Because it appears in the board survey in 2 places, in 2 ways. One about needing to clarify roles, and the other about clarifying how progress is measured.
See that? That's what you guys just stated, right? And so, because the clarity, and excellent job, thank you, ladies, for elevating that. What you see happening now is the clearer the board becomes with what it's asking of the district, the more precise they can execute, right? The clear accountability can be measured. But it's very difficult, right? It's like in the yard trying to chase and catch the chicken, right? It's like, it's all over the place, right? That's why I have a dog, sit, right? It's a much different kind of situation, okay? All right, very good. Now, step 3, let's progress a little further. So how will we capture patterns, or we will capture patterns in these 3 categories, right? And so as you're developing this, you want to think about 1, consistency. What appears stable or working? Variations. What practices or outcomes differ? Where do you see some things where there is difference? Visibility. What is not monitored consistently? Now, district, this isn't on you. This is what you see from the board. You're looking at this document, and what do you see the board not doing consistently? Okay? Not an individual board member. What does the document say? You're looking at the document, where do you see those gaps? Because remember, our focus is description, not interpretation. What does it say? Okay. All right, go. So, just really quick, transparent facilitation, board chair, superintendent, I might need 10 minutes.
Okay,
Then we
yeah,
can do lunch.
that's fine.
Okay. All right, so we should,
Start it
I'm gonna
late.
try and get you to lunch, so we're not pushing it too far. 'Cause I know y'all, even though we started late, your stomach did.
Yeah.
Right, so I want to make sure you have some food. So let's do a quick exercise with this one. I'll give you 4 minutes. 4 minutes for this one.
That's why I think we had a lot of, like half the time, where some of it was awareness. But there was enough awareness, that's probably something that we're not doing consistently. What appears to be stable or working,
It's my stomach.
what practice or outcomes differ, is not monitored consistently. I went out of order, I'm sorry.
We're like, look, are you a part of it? Look at strategic plan progress. Page 6. Kind of automatic.
Yeah.
I think that's what his goal is.
Yeah, it's kind of point us. Point us there.
Used to be stable or working.
So we just kind of talking about so I think we got to find one for each one of us. Consistent.
Next one. That's it. Oh,
The last one is
he's talking.
yeah, the last one is what's not.
Okay, I needed the variation. What was the question for variation?
Variation, second question.
Yep.
His case is not just gonna we go back to the
Did we send this to them? Variation and then visibility.
I think one of the visibility gaps that we're seeing, it's basically, and this is something that the board cited in there, is that the board norms and best practices are applied inconsistently. So like you said, 47 of the respondents said the norms are followed about half of the time.
I like y'all too. I already know. Take your time. I'm running church. Oh, I'm sorry. You like, yeah. Tighten up.
There's variation.
That's one of the best ways to see. I think it.
What category yours fits in?
Oh, we're not there yet.
Oh. Like, chill out, bro.
So we're supposed to say, oh.
Probably.
I'm gonna show it here though. This is not the shit.
difference in how things are presented, how questions are done.
Yeah, we're taking work done, identify which one we have to activate.
Lights off, start going.
Versus what we're trying to do.
Right, governance would
Would be-
be.
Y'all got a sentence yet?
What's the sentence?
It's from here.
Oh, yeah.
So this is just elevated from here. This is just taking this and then putting it in. Because some things work, but some things don't.
Yes, we have a sentence. So can you go back to that again? We'll give you the sentence. So a pattern we see is board norms and best practices.
Okay, gotcha.
Because it appears
Great,
in
we're ready to
board
share out.
estimates, and it appears in the key findings of their, so we see that.
So say it again.
So a pattern that we see is board norms and best practices applied and consistent.
Right, right.
And that's because it appears in the board assessment, it was there, and it appears in the key findings of the
Like that. And so now you want to take that and say, where does that fit in these three categories?
So visibility.
That would be our data.
You see now how you structure your language when you talk to the board, right? And you see this as information, you see this as a level of consistency or consistent pattern or a visibility.
Did they get it right?
Okay, all right, it looks like we are good. So everyone has their category. I'm gonna give you time after lunch to kind of clean this up, but I wanna make sure we get to our next step, okay? Because I wanna be able to hear from you. So 4, reflecting on patterns. Consider the patterns that you have named. Which pattern most clearly reflects system design? Which pattern feels most within governance influence? So look at the patterns the pattern sentence that you created. Which pattern most clearly reflects system design? Which pattern feels most within governance influence?
Okay, it says a pattern we see is the board norms and best practices applied and consistent.
I was going to say, I think we really fall under governance influence on what our pattern is, but I think the solution might be in system design.
Exactly.
A procedure.
That's a procedure.
Right, we need a procedure.
And it kind of goes back to
And that's
what
because it appears in the board self-assessment results and in the key findings
receiving data
for governance and cohesion.
but we're not consistent with it to allow them to make decisions. And so if I'm thinking in system design, if they know at this time it's this data point, get this data point, and then becomes consistent on delivery,
Yeah,
it also
the
allows
pattern
you
we
to
see
make
is high commitment to continuous improvement as it appears in the accommodations and the recommendations.
I almost wish we also had a calendar that would have
Exactly.
these things in
Yes.
place.
That's right.
And everybody on the board knows this information is coming here.
Yes.
And, I mean, it can be public.
I will say this,
And
like
things,
during our
we can put a little one like
self-assessment,
this
we
in
can
the
Respond to an
I think
email.
that was what brought this up before, and the concern
Like you just said, you know, this information is gonna lead to more questions. I have another question. That's what you mentioned that.
We're talking about things that don't happen every year. But you don't have process happening every year. You're gonna have to build this new calendar every year. So these things are
But
appointments,
the job of them,
things are being presented. How do those things?
And you have the desire to do it too.
yeah, like,
Because you want to make sure that we're communicating with what we all agree.
my challenge is doing that and then finding a way to say it in public.
You like mentally, yeah, your brain.
I just think, this is what I found. I think that's what I got to start. This is what I found.
Another thing that needs to be said.
There's certain things that I do, like have to have.
Keep the main thing, right? We look great.
Policies associated.
That's important. We look great.
Okay. What do we have? What do we have? Let's start here at 1. For your, what's your sentence and where do you think it most reflects? System design, governance.
Okay, so our system design was, oh, sorry. pattern, which pattern was truly reflects system design, and that was,
No, the first one, was it a consistent, you said it was consistency?
our monitoring process.
The continuous improvement, is that a consistency?
Okay, we're here for it.
And then, oh, sorry, and then our
That's the second
variation.
Okay, hold on, 1 second, guys. I want you guys to be able to hear, so we can hear.
No.
Okay, so for our consistency, our monitoring progress was not consistent, or how we did it. The variation was, in the data, the self-evaluation is shown there, and then what, knowledge we all had around that.
Okay.
And then our visibility gaps came in, the communication of info, which still goes back to how we monitored it as well.
Okay, and you said this is which one? System or governance?
Governance.
Very good, very good. So, as you see with this example, I want to hear one more. What you see with this example, this is starting to help create a framework for both parties on how to operate, right? On how to operate. It's really clear, it's concise, right? You know, a meeting can be scheduled for an hour. Guys, it's okay for the meeting to be 30 minutes. That's right. It really is okay to get a superintendent 30 minutes of her life back, right? It really is okay, right? We do not have to take up all the oxygen, right? And so the more we refine and get into that, and God forbid, we already doing it, Dr. Moore, and there doesn't need to be the meeting, right? Like we can just regress, right? Boom, that's where we are. One more. Who would like to go for with their sentence? You're gonna say your sentence. You're gonna say where you feel there is the pattern, and which question you're responding to.
So we'll share ours.
Okay.
A pattern we see is board norms and best practices applied inconsistently.
Okay.
It appears in the board self-assessment, and it appears in the governance and cohesion section. We said it was a visibility gap, and it is a system. Go back to the next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
System. Next one.
So then it would be a system design.
We'll say it again.
What the pattern most clearly reflects a system, well, governance influence.
Yes.
Governance influence.
Yes. Because by design, who you targeted, it's going to be a governance.
Governance influence.
Yes. Very, very good. Any questions so far? All right, guys. Well, you have now gone through just the foundation of how you're going to operate. After lunch, it will be the time in which you really, really dig deeper into the document. So sometimes less is more. You don't need 50 documents. You got one document. You're going to be so familiar with this document at the end, right? You're going to be going home talking to your family. They're like, look, I don't want to see no board governance document. I don't care if it's systems or influence, what kind of stuff you got going on, right? And so that's how we will handle the afternoon. So it will be a continuous flow of how you just design these sentences. So when you are communicating, we want to make sure that as we begin to elevate into interpretation, you still ground your interpretations with sentences like this, right? You're referencing data, you're referencing sources, you're figuring out where those things fit in context of these three categories, and which place does it land, right? And which of these places does it land? Is it system or governance, right? All right, yes ma'am?
Are we capturing all of this?
Yes ma'am. Yes ma'am. All right, well, I believe it is time for lunch.
Yeah, it's time for lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna come back and do a quick review of our morning. Welcome, Dr. Scott. Because now is the time for you to really do a much longer, deeper dive into it. So what we wanted to do was establish, wanted to establish the purpose. So again, everything is focused on patterns because we know the patterns will help us to think about systemic areas of opportunities that are going well and opportunities that could be improved. These are things that appear more than once, show up across multiple data points, and has strategic implications. And so from the excellent examples that were provided earlier, we are on target, okay, for the afternoon. So I just want to go back to this. No, I'm sorry. So our goal is to build a shared understanding of how the system is currently operating before identifying actions or solutions, okay? You guys went over your data sources. You have a framework. And so as the afternoon progresses, please stay locked in to responding to your tasks through this framework. So as the questions that you are introduced to and you're thinking about, stay locked in to making sure that what you identify has at least 2 sources. You aren't limited to 2, but at least 2, okay? These sources are coming from the document. And so now you have more time this afternoon to become even more familiar. And so I'll be pushing you to see how deeply you are understanding and really develop a nuance with the strategic analysis. Thinking about these 3 areas: consistency, variation, visibility gaps. And then finally, excuse me, are these things systemically being elevated, or are they under a governing influence? Okay? All right, this is your foundation. Now it's time for us to dig into the work. Okay, so now at your tables you have been assigned. You're going to examine how these patterns show up in your specific committee. Now you are digging deeply into just your committee. Identify the implications for governance practice, surface opportunities to strengthen strategic alignment. Okay? Surface opportunities for strategic alignment. So you're thinking about as a district employee, what do you do, or what should you be doing in this committee that you think, based off of this document, can continue to accelerate best practice that's happening with the board, or based off the document where there are areas of opportunity, how you could begin to produce documentation from a system inside the district that can satisfy a gap that the board currently demonstrates. Okay? All right. So in our next 2 parts of the work, we are going to work in our groups in phase 1, which is sense making. The phase 1, which is sense making, and this is going to make sense to you, haha, pun intended, in just a second. Okay? And then you'll do phase 2, your strategic implications. Because I know at an executive level, we want to dig into these things and really, show what we know. But let's just be disciplined and really use the fidelity of the sense-making phase. I have some things in place to kind of help you with that. And so now, safety and operations, where you are. Safety and operations?
Yes.
Yes. Glad you guys know where you are. Very good. Welcome back from lunch. And so, what you guys will see, and I'll provide this for you in just a second. You have some questions to address for your phase 1. Okay? I'll provide that for you guys in just a second, so you don't have to copy that. And so then your phase 2 will be here, and you'll have some deliverables. I made some adjustments to your deliverables, so you'll be okay. As I listened to the conversation this morning, there were some alignment issues that I wanted to make some adjustments with, so don't worry about that. But it'll be reflected in what I pass out to you. All right, part 2, academics. All right, academics is back. And so you guys will see that you have some questions for your phase 1 and phase 2, and what you are now beginning to see that there is similarity in terms of group deliverables. Now, phase, group 3, policy strategic plan. Where you are. All right. Welcome back from lunch. And you guys can see here that you have some questions for your phase 1, for your alignment, and you have phase 2 and deliverables. All right. And our final group, finance. Let's go. Okay. And so you guys, similar to everyone else, and I'll be providing this. You don't have to take a picture. Unless you just like the pretty colors. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. And then here's your phase 2. All right, so the intentionality of phase 1 and 2 is to be able to see, you know, where what the end is in mind, but to really focus, because you're going to need to execute phase 1 effectively in order to get to 2, and to really be able, you'll need that information for phase 1 and 2 to create your deliverables. Okay. Now, the reason that the deliverables are there is because we wanted to make sure that today really became a launch for a strong foundation for every committee. And so as you go through these questions, think about that. If you're a district person, you want to make sure that you're able to leave the board member at that committee with very strong information and access to resources to help them when you aren't present. Right? All right, so we are going to begin, excuse me, now. So your first phase will be about, I'll give you about 20 minutes. I don't think you will need that much time, but I'll let you have that much time.
20 minutes for phase 1?
Phase
20
1.
minutes for the total?
Phase 1. Phase 1, yes ma'am. Academics.
This one was a lot easier.
You guys are safety and operations. Go. And finance.
We working.
So it's one for each person.
Oh, good. Yeah.
All right, so please, as you're reviewing your sheets, pay close attention, because if you were taking pictures, remember, the deliverables have changed. From what I had up here that I shared with Matt, that's adjusted based off of conversations that I heard this morning, so that there was greater alignment. So focus on the group deliverable that's on the sheet that you have. The group deliverable that's on the sheet.
You and I have the same one?
Everybody.
All right, but you're not there yet. I just wanted you to know, those who want to know what they have to do. So you are on phase 1, now that everyone has their sheet, and you are answering those questions. Remember, the answer to the questions stay within the frame, right? How you answer the questions stay within the frame, right? Everyone is together. All right. Yes, ma'am.
We all have the same, like academics, this is all the same.
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay.
Everyone at the table has the same sheet.
And then there's like there is a fifth committee called alternative pathways.
Yes.
I didn't get that.
Oh, it wasn't on?
It was.
That means we don't have to do anything. Y'all can help us out. It was for the seating, sorry, that was because they were on the seating, because they still work together for that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's
Oh,
okay.
so
It's
for the
your
purpose,
fault.
okay, thank you. Okay, then I'll make sure I get
Yeah,
some things.
sorry.
I apologize for that.
Anything I do for the finance.
Y'all doing me like a substitute teacher. I got a wrong roster for the class. I'm taking- Everybody like, that's not me. I'm not in that class.
Where'd you go in the document?
I'm trying to figure out,
Answering the questions.
I was looking at the first one, what evidence from analysis illustrates how safety and operational indicators
Yes.
connect to strategic priorities. I'm trying to find that.
This here, the pattern. Like, we have to look at the patterns, that we see in
This document.
in that document, you look at the
I'll
pattern.
never use it again.
And then
I
based
tried to
on
give
that,
you
there's
the
a
code,
step
it's
that we
like, I don't.
Yeah, just the short title of the strategic goal that we have is, I'm trying to see if there's a definition.
So the questions that we're thinking about have to be
Maybe
system
pattern we
components.
see.
So what patterns in
Right.
this analysis is consistency or variability in tier 1 instructional expectations,
Because it appears
where
in
do
all
outcome
of the
differences appear more closely tied to system
responses, right, there
design
were
than individual school practice? And what does SPED performance help us understand about overall tier 1?
Tell me what.
It doesn't, it's not sort of holistic here, it's kind of,
how you see
yes,
this variation in
yeah,
awareness.
so it's like with that throughout the section of the document.
progressive
Academic.
because it appears
So
in
can we take like
responses and
3 to 5 minutes and
stuff
look
like
at
that.
them?
Okay.
Okay, and I want to think about
Special group, okay, need some assistance.
The grant considered.
We just want to make sure, what are we supposed
Dr.
to be
Scott, we're
doing?
gonna take about 3 to 5 minutes to think about
As an individual or?
what we notice around patterns related to the questions under system coherence, phase 1.
Go back just to make sure.
Is the core question basically what
Oh, yeah, you
How
did that.
time is it?
Okay, yes. So, yes, all you're doing is you're looking at the
Yes,
question.
I think so.
Any other
Phase
evidence that
one.
suggests variation in how the strategic plan is understood or
So here it is, I'm looking for
Just
the
here.
strategic priorities that we have in the strategic plan, and I can't find
Question
it.
would be,
Your response is, so that the frame here, I think, what you see up there. The link might be a little bit broken.
So we're starting with the fourth question.
Strategic goal.
oh, I see the question.
And did you see that
Goals
appear
seven,
anywhere in
Safety and climate.
Yeah.
Right.
this document?
Is
But-
there a breakdown of it?
But there's not a breakdown that I can find.
How do financial
And I think that's where,
legislative approaches
now it
affect
does
the
allude
Okay, so the
to
information came
and
from
what insight
on
analysis
page
support
66,
intentional alignment of leadership
bullet 3, culture and climate.
Right.
intentional
Culture and
alignment
climate
over
and
time.
human capital, and then number 5, safety and security, I found it.
Yep, found it
Strategic
there.
plan summary,
Yep.
So many.
and then providing safe and supportive environments conducive to learning and growth.
Yeah, what section is that?
Right.
Okay,
And then if you go forward,
okay.
So if it's asking about legislative approaches,
I'm gonna change my page size.
my approach earlier being loud so that everybody hears it. That's
Not in
one
the
approach.
self-assessment, right?
Like, so when y'all, at y'all's level, see something that you need help with, it gets back. The more information that we have helps us talk to it when I'm at the state house or when I meet with county council and things like that. It helps get that out there.
The next time it shows up is legislative section 2, page 27, that's part of the self-assessment.
There's also a re-election.
And it says, it's in a table, it's the third one down. Which page is it? Page 27.
Okay. If you touch the screen one time, it'll show you what page you're on. No, which
It's a big year, so we'll
You said 26?
27.
Okay, I'm there.
Should look like that.
Yep, thank you.
And then, if you look in that
Are y'all
chart,
priorities in here too?
I see it.
finish that.
number 3, culture and climate. Basically, I think this is your self-assessment. It says high awareness of safety and student satisfaction initiatives. And then analysis, trustees regularly discuss culture-related issues. However, linkages to staff culture and retention data are less explicit.
Formula what the state gets. based
So,
on income and stuff like that. Instead of income.
that's first point
They
in
would just
time you'll see
state what
analysis.
they have to us.
That's right.
Early, it's early, it's in the first.
Maybe. I mean, I'm tight, and don't like to spend money, but. We spend money on way too many weird things. Okay, so understanding resource alignment, focus, evidence, and intent. What evidence shows alignment between resource allocation and strategic goals? Guess I need to open back up that document.
And then, if you go to page 66.
So these are the pillars, right?
Yes, those are the.
Okay,
analysis
okay.
on a district-wide survey.
Okay.
Bottom of page 66 talks about culture and climate.
Top of the page will find.
Sure.
Excuse me, thank you.
Top of the page says equity and inclusion.
Thank you.
Related to, the district maintaining.
But there are a number of safety and security policies.
But, meeting
Oh, okay.
focus more.
IJ, yes.
Right, it should be more tight, like a resource around.
Students
Right, and then
I guess that's
where it
more
says,
the variation.
the second paragraph,
Because it's not asking.
yeah, it goes
that's
into
part of the
teacher
work that we're trying to
certification,
do now.
says that probably leans more towards culture versus safety and operations. But I think there's still a linkage there,
The strategic plan
when we
progress.
talk about environment, you know.
district-wide satisfaction increased from 7 times to 7.
Somewhere back here in the performance goals, action steps, so.
Yes, say what you just said.
What, that's, I should have wrote it down.
Predictive analysis, the reports that
What is that?
reviewing operational data is near compliance.
What,
Instead, use it to predict strategic change.
The first time. I'm gonna start writing payment numbers down next time. How about that? There you go.
I think the biggest thing
Yeah,
is,
write the payment number down.
It speaks
you
to
know, when I look at kind of my world,
kind of the pillars
you know, having
of
safety,
some of the work
security,
that the
and
board,
progressive operations,
So I'll
facility
come down to page
the board's
7.
pillars of
I think we
coherence,
pay a
equity,
lot of
and
attention to
Okay.
safety and security.
Exemplary fiscal integrity and
Talk about, we've got
transparency,
some
how
great
the
programs
resource
that are
allowance,
going.
the
You can
equity
see
staffing goals
that we have the data.
should be more tightly
What
monitored.
I fear for the
And
future
I think that's a pattern kind of throughout the
is
stop.
some facilities.
That we better job with that.
And will we have the
But the work
ability
has begun.
financially to maintain
Yes.
a classroom to a standard that a teacher can deliver the education? We're talking about those systems. I think for me, having gone through the
That page
strategic
7,
plan,
number 4.
I'm
That's where I was.
we don't catch that anywhere on, you know, long-term goals.
PDF page 7, how about that?
Page 7.
PDF
And
page
it might be
7.
something we may want to add. For example, we're gonna do, facility study. We're gonna
go.
hire a
PDF.
company to do a facility study, kind of give us a
Yeah, because it's hard to
best
choose
use
individual
of
policies.
That's right.
Because in isolation, the categories,
We've
okay,
got
all
a
right.
maintenance schedule, we've got,
Number 4.
we monitor all of the utilities now, we've got constant controls on utilities, I can tell which buildings are doing what, but it's not synchronized.
B.
You know what,
And
though, I mean, how does
Well,
the
it's not
district
synchronized
approach
with,
reflect the district's
classroom.
It's kind of just mostly
So, for
through the
example,
I think
executive
it's also
summary still.
ensuring
So I need time to kind of go through the board
Section
survey and all
I
that.
or
So if I'm gonna save money on
Get rid of
utilities,
stuff.
Talk about some of the questions.
Okay.
which programs can we put together, and then what?
So with phase 1, maybe we come back to the core
And I hate
question.
to say it, sometimes
But if you look at the focus for system coherence, the first question is, what patterns in the analysis suggest consistency or variability
they're in quadrants.
in tier 1 instructional expectations?
So I can't shut down the quadrants, I have to function on the building.
It's mainly
What was
just
the key repeated? Oh, redundancy concern.
Right, but nobody has come back to us and said, well, we can't do it that way, so
See, that's what
pick a
the
quadrant
redundancy
and
is.
then
That there was, according to his, there was inconsistency. Well, it showed that there was inconsistency and the areas of roles, clarity, monitoring, and collective accountability.
Well, and they have to do it like.
And that showed, that's on the
Summer
summary, it's on
painting,
the summary.
the flooring, the
And he just put
carpeting.
like right here.
So I think,
That's the
I would
summary of
say,
the
you
board
know,
survey.
we've got some great, data
that
analysis for,
So,
and
like,
when
legislative
truly, when we talk about
And,
safety, crisis alert,
I
batteries,
noticed in
metal detectors,
relation to that
safety
particular
incidents,
question,
you guys have seen.
you know, the patterns in the analysis,
But I think
in
when we
the
talk about what
executive
operational data
summary,
is discussed.
there was a section on where there were
Yes, the
ratings
first policy in
of
each section kind of has the,
measures
I want to hold on to that, you might get to that when
compliance
we
plan.
get to like our
And
actions
we do
that are
have
deliverables.
some issues
That'll
to
be
work
something to
on around
revisit in that
ATSI
first policy
designations,
section.
colleges for readiness,
kind of set the
and
tone
math, even though math
the whole section based on what.
but that some of those inconsistencies, of variability, all of that,
I think we're off to a good
really start this year.
And then also in that executive summary, there was, a noticing around sped gas.
Has not moved to predictive yet, because talking about safety, doing well, right? I think,
There's no page numbers.
we may have some discussions to come on the facility and maintenance side that could become predictive.
Have y'all been
It's like
following
right under the
this
beginning.
month's Embarrassed Journey? Just like
Exactly.
Edgefield, they put it in Cornick, and then Edgefield, I think it was yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, it's still all in, all in this section.
Okay.
A piece of it.
Everything we do.
And they're going to DC.
I have to, like, yeah, we have to give them.
You guys ready?
I'm watching this.
Matt, do you notice anything particular or?
Walk through it. Stop at a church.
Trying to,
There's,
I was trying to keep
South
it
Carolina.
until
Here.
someone shows up.
board member and some
I would say
people
again,
was talking about
it's back to our facility
trustees,
maintenance and
administration,
development systems. I think
student achievement.
Or this weekend,
have enough
Limited
data
familiarity
now
with
on
baseline metrics and study outcomes on
This
the
time before Thanksgiving, I know they were
another
going to
information are we clearly
whether those
explaining
things
what
are
we're
still
seeing.
effective. I mean, I'm seeing a downtrend in what we're finding in harassment type. Schools are doing a great job with all their safety drills. And if we see something that comes off, we'll be able to react to it. I think we've got to build that,
Clear data visualization.
more on the facility side.
It's not coming up.
The way we convey the information from the super.
They want it to be peaceful.
Is it showing progress? Is it showing the lag? I think it's more
Yes.
clear in understanding it.
But I think we'll have to be a little bit more.
These are all.
What did you reference earlier? Did you reference clarity or something else?
Yeah, we talked about clarity.
That's, I kept coming back
Two
to
kinds of
it.
clarity, two kinds of
Well,
clarity,
and
and we talked
if I
about,
give you a snapshot of the facilities right now, and
which have to do with
it's
metrics.
not gonna tell you where those facilities are gonna be in 10
There's
years,
gonna be-
because I don't have the expertise. That facility study will do that.
They're going to DC.
Getting in there and say, Langford Elementary is gonna need a new AC system in 5 years. Now, we can predict and budget
Well, they were
for it.
planning to do.
All I can tell you right now is the ones I'm fixing,
When they
they're
left
going out right now.
like Greenville and go
That's
to
not,
Rock
well,
Hill
it's not
and then
sustainable operating like that, but I also
it's like
think
it's something we have to change their,
strategic
their
versus
routes.
operational.
I'm thinking that's a
You
very
expect me
hilly,
to fix what's broken today.
something very
5 years from now,
elevation and
if we only have $1 million, and high school
and they
is
go
a
up a meter.
roof or AC or heating, that's more of a strategic decision. It really needs to be made in collaboration.
I think it's because of the handicap.
Great kind of thoughts on that to get
Yeah,
There was one done, from what I can tell, 4 years ago. Yeah. So we just initiated, we just hired a company to do that, so we're gonna start that
It's not in
here in a month, and they should be wrapped up by the summer. So I think that's where, kind of mapping our way ahead, I think that's something I could bring back.
I guess we need to
This summer.
And this
Correct.
generates more questions.
I think too,
Oh, nice.
and, we have a lot of expertise in the area that we're generally talking about. And so then we get all like, into terminology and, so the second question, I didn't really, I have lots of things that I found related to the last question, which is what does SPED performance help us understand about overall tier 1 effectiveness? I'm gonna try to stay with the text because I got all kinds of thoughts about this as well. But,
About that earlier.
one thing that in the executive summary section, the first section, it talked about a high level of variability in tier 1. Oh, no, this isn't like my idea. But like one of the things that, like this is how I'm moving as a senior chief is, it's hard when a district is, when you look at data by teacher, you can look at data school to school to school, and then you can even look at regional clusters, and but
I think
you
there's
can look within a
probably,
school's data and look teacher to teacher to teacher. And when there's high variability across teachers, that's when we know that a system is really teacher dependent rather
on the
than
last bond
a
issue
system.
several years ago, there were certain
And
construction projects.
so that kind of variability can
Those are
go
wrapping
down.
up this year. So like,
We're kind of still very much in a place where we actually know which teachers are getting We can look at the board right now and tell you.
That
When I think about
you're losing
the economy that we want to have.
over on projects and spending that. I think one of the good ones would be maybe a year roll up of some of the emergency. Air conditioning failures.
And your place they're not predict.
Potentially we have to do some replacements, and then I think the third one would be that facility study that
And I
we're
will say
doing
the
we need to go in 10
effectiveness
years.
of teachers who are coming into the
And
district right now.
part of that facility study what I'm excited about is
Like,
that's
the day where
purchase of the
you know
Verizon building.
what skills are you have.
So as we start to figure out what the future of that building is.
We have a non-teacher.
Rainbow and
Yeah.
And I think that has a lot to do with it, not only
Okay, so before you get to Greenville,
but with the instruction.
kind of,
So we are doing. I think it's our like I'm like, wait, we are not doing the thing, like the sentence, we noticed this pattern, from.
Yeah, fiscal constraints for sure. I think
But it sounds
from the
like.
operation safety perspective, I think our safety systems
We
are
noticed
probably
there
good
was a
at all of
pattern of
those.
variability
When you add
in
fiscal
tier one
constraints in,
shown
we have to
in
make some
executive
decisions down the road, and we need
and then also in the board, the board survey results with board understanding.
Yeah. Well,
We need space.
in my world, enrollment is finance.
So district engineering full certificate, so that means that there had to be a commitment to funds there.
I always think
Right.
SPED is, to me, SPED is always the canary in the coal mine. They're your most fragile students, you know.
But I will say that you all are doing
kind of just
a
rotate
great
and
job,
hit the
like, because this was given to the entire the work that y'all have done.
It's,
Part of the work that you
it's
have doing now.
It would be interesting if in phase two, we get to the place where we're saying, okay, these are the three
Yeah,
metrics.
I think the one that we have in place right now would be the safety.
And then,
I think that is, you know, the guys in the field.
nevertheless, I'm looking at
I think we have that. I think we probably need to establish the facility.
across the district and how my progress monitoring strengths, so that's why we're looking at where's the variability now, and then in phase two, we'll talk about what the metrics are. We want to go into talking about phase two.
But we only have like a minute left.
But I do think, we made some changes.
I think that facility plan is
I will say
really
that I
is an
don't
opportunity for us
necessarily
to
agree.
address something.
Totally, it says that, like, in this document, in the executive summary, I read that kind of I don't think it's a solution, I actually think it's probably written in the original compliance document that was turned into the state Harvard University. And it
Well, I
said that
think,
we would focus
I
on
think we
coaching,
sustain the
which I think is
quarterly
important.
safety report.
And then something about tier one.
Because like you said, you guys get a lot of questions all the time from the community.
I really
think we
think where we,
institute,
the move that we had last year, maybe not sped
a yearly
overall, had to do with
facility
school
report.
systems and consistency between schools. And I think total safety.
Institute a yearly construction update.
And the school building. Because we did a lot more of that as well.
And then,
I think they use that.
and then I think
But not like how
we
we
can
have.
maybe put this out to the
And
group.
Dr. Moore is coming on
I
this
think-
meeting.
Right, and it's holding everyone
Kind of wait for the facility study to get done. That may lead to really poorly, quite, yeah, that might lead to something where
And I do think that,
decisions are made.
okay. I was talking about this as football, like, when somebody says to me.
Okay, all right, let's come back together.
No.
Great conversation. Great conversation. So, you, around the room, you have your respective group number. So notate, if you can, or someone at your table, put your responses down for phase one on your respective poster paper. It's around the room.
We have postman.
Who can write what?
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you, I can be.
We're a group of two.
I know. I don't know.
We're two academics.
There's some in this thing too.
Related to.
Somebody gotta have penmanship.
We don't see any
Okay, you
penmanship
ready for
over here.
phase one sentence?
I like your bag.
We know the pattern.
Overachiever. Like, yeah, carry on, carry on.
Oh, yeah, it's true. It's 15.
Group number.
Just making fun of that. Okay, does this sound right?
Okay, you got it.
We notice a pattern of variability related to tier one instructional expectations. Does that make sense?
Say that again.
We notice a pattern of variability related to tier one.
So I think we're looking at phase one.
Or yeah, or how? The you want to write it as a sentence?
So there's a rumor
Or no, do you care?
amongst our,
Pattern of variability.
We can realize we can will it to each other and then we have to add to it.
we got a facility request this month.
But when it says avid,
Put it for
when we said avid,
serious
so
question.
we don't, we didn't really allocate any resources.
They stop, it rests.
Oh, we did? In the budget?
They spend the night, well, there's a rumor that they were making a stop at dinner. So I asked Will, did we get a facilities request?
Okay.
What evidence shows that?
Did we waive their fees?
He says, you're joking.
Shown by,
So are we
And then I
taking
would
avid,
bold
are we
the
using,
rest- the
can
rest
we use avid because we are saying that
yeah, shown by, and
avid,
then
if
you
it's
put
on
dot,
track
dot,
for full
dot, and then do
implementation,
3 bullets
then that means
underneath.
that it has become between budget
Not really.
conversations and stuff, that it is some alignment for the,
Just put
between
a
the
dot,
resources
dot, or
and
colon.
the specific goal. We're saying that there's, we wanna continue to see,
Yeah,
we
okay.
wanna get full,
Ratings. So no, here's the first bullet.
I mean, the district has definitely made an investment in it. You can look at our budget and you see the commitment and the investment that's been
Okay,
made.
first bullet, ratings
It's on track.
I need him to get
for
Yeah.
ATSI,
just wanna know what they gave us.
CCR, and math. And math.
So avid is definitely one of ours, so we're saying that avid being on track notes that it is
Yes.
an alignment between our resources and the specific.
Well, no.
All right,
No,
second,
not there.
number 2, sped
I would say
gaps.
avid, and then alignment between budget resources and
Oh,
strategic
yeah, and then
specific.
Darcy has a matching headband. I didn't wear the headband. So, and the third one is
Budget and
lack
And that's goal number
of
14.
understanding of core metrics.
It's performance goal 14, yes.
No,
No, that's it, that's all we got.
And that's
That's all
what I,
right.
we don't do, or do we still?
Oh, thank you.
So second one would be.
Schools do, that's a school function.
The schools still do that,
Math?
okay. Because I know that was always very helpful.
It's not a requirement, but they tend to.
But I tell you what, when I used to do that in Pontiac, that place used to be packed. Where parents coming in, wanting to learn, semester in advance.
I think I was looking at bullet as a separate response. I don't know. Is that incorrect?
Okay, I think we're supposed to work on phase 2 now. All right, so phase 2,
That was one question, yeah. So where do
all right,
funding
so
patterns of
phase 2,
influence
we're
by
supposed to probably refer to
rather
the
than
document.
strategy?
Yeah.
So,
You're doing the 3
one thing that might
questions in phase 1.
speak to this is the board
So that would be
self-assessment
one,
findings
yeah.
in section 4. So that's in section 4. So let's look at
That chart.
Yep, section 4.
Sometimes, always.
Okay, so,
And I think.
so the first question is, what does the board self-assessment show that how clearly does the board understand how academic progress is monitored? Document. What do I notice?
It's not.
I don't know where that one is. Yeah. Yeah, okay, what does it say?
Although the investment is
Some
there,
quantitative data.
the fidelity thing, like implementation, it's not, they spells it out for you.
We just had to point to the data.
But right here, we put on here, in your report, you said disconnect and resource flow. Some funding and policy decisions appear only indirectly tied to performance goals, limiting the board's ability to track return on investment or measure impact against stated benchmarks.
So what are you saying the answer is?
So we're on page 28. And that's one thing that the board stated in there, that they indicate a disconnect in flow. It was page 28. So I think that's what we say, that some funds are, where did funding patterns appear influenced by president's rather than by strategy?
Like, under the board
So some funding decisions are only indirectly tied to strategic
I'm looking at
goals.
just the key trends and patterns.
And those goals are not
But in this
necessarily embedded in the
section,
agenda. And that goes back to,
that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, so I think it shows that,
we don't talk about that on a monthly basis.
it says key trends and patterns at the top. It says several responses indicate that while data and reports are reviewed, there's not a process for tracking progress against
So page 28 basically specifies what we're talking about here. We have, when you talk about gaps in systematic monitoring, and then the disconnect in flow. So we're not basically
We're gonna move on to phase,
monitoring
two.
what we're seeing. We're ready. Consistent monitoring to see if
We're
we're
gonna
meeting
move
the
on to
goals.
phase two.
So how do we say that?
Take a stab at it, we go back and
I don't see how
refine.
to say it. So
Oh, we already started it. Okay,
Maybe.
you can tell them.
We were trying not to.
why don't we just say funding decisions
Excellent, and I almost
are
couldn't
not
know it.
direct,
I
are
appreciate you
indirectly
holding us
tied to
accountable.
specific goals.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to, phase two. Once you have completed,
And not consistent.
phase one, you go up there, once you're phase two, as you can see,
Funding decisions
there
are
is space for
indirectly
you
tied.
at your respective tables, at your respective charts, to put your responses to phase two up there. So once you have completed phase
And
two,
then they are
you
not
put your responses on
consistently
your chart paper.
monitored.
And this is only based on this, just where we were. Yeah.
And that's referenced in both of those bullets on page 28.
But it's still based on, yeah, it's based on this.
Overall,
So,
it shows that they understand always that not clear past.
take it to it and we'll figure out how to. What
See
that's
the summary,
About half the time.
It's how many was here, I say five.
it talks about,
If our honest, I say 4.5.
self-assessment results reflect the board, the
What's fair?
structure and the clear intent to structure well. Also, when navigating complexities of leadership transition, differing levels of strategic literacy, and varying expectations for collaboration.
Okay, so tell me just what that, read it one more time.
Complexities of leadership transition,
Uh-huh.
differing levels of strategic literacy.
That we're getting there. It's not like we start with the, yeah.
That's what I said.
You know?
We have a clear question.
And then differing,
facilities stuff.
and there were like differing levels of strategic literacy.
That need more,
Yes.
and I think dating, more frequent time than others.
And so
Then
then
we
there's
should dive in a little
how
bit
clearly,
deeper.
Yes, yes, I think you truly then need to get to a little bit of predictive
and we don't
analysis.
have that either because, the board recommended to develop the
But that's kind of where we lack
governance dashboard to track the 14
that fidelity right now. I will say with the, like,
Hold on, do you track it already, like how?
so we do track like the
Can,
number of
and I got a fourth one too.
Okay.
So I think the answer here is, but I think the question we have to get to is really the second bullet, which is what academic indicators would help the board verify,
spent a lot of time.
help the board verify access and equity rather than
Agendas.
just assume that it's happening. So things that we could like consistently share over time, from time to time to time, or that you could just look at, and put it in the board brief, or like whatever we need to do.
We didn't synchronize very well.
Right. So if we were going to put some metrics on a dashboard related to
That could be included
this
in where my government
variability in tier one, making it so it's more consistent
because we're talking about
across the
two things.
district.
We don't have the data.
That's not you guys, I think that's more on us.
The agenda.
But I think,
we need to basically say that our
I'll use the safety
expected
stuff
outcomes are not
and
consistently.
as we do these quarterly reports, if we see a trend develop, like say we see.
I think you just named them,
Consistently
the committee
clearly
structure.
attached to major
The meeting structure and board brief.
Okay, that can be a
To financial
like
decisions.
policy that might have to go in place.
They're not attached to financial
That's
decisions.
good thinking, but my point, you get my example. Yeah, so,
Presentation earlier.
talked about this.
but the trending
It'll set the standard, but I think
So
where
we
it
could do something with possibly SPED
you gotta make decisions too.
benchmark assessments, SPED performance.
I think that first policy in each section, because that's where you're outlining, like what your
But we know
authority
tier
would
one,
believe,
tier one
and
is
then
what we're
that guides the
looking
work
for. Tier
that
one
we
is
do.
the
What are you looking for?
So I would stick with,
Oh, there's one right here.
and I also think that, yes, like, we're constantly getting, this is where we are with hiring, this is where we are with building
Save
compliance
money.
system. But the metric with the compliance system is what is the percentage of IEPs that are compliant?
Based on their.
I don't know if we're getting that
Because the facility open,
I'm just not sure I want it.
right, and that would be definitely someplace like where we could be.
CA, DA,
What we're seeing, the dollar sign,
DA.
sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
EA,
We could hear.
uh-huh, GA, IA,
That facility, the amount of money I have to put into that facility.
uh-huh, KA,
Like safe for the kids.
uh-huh, and LA.
Seeing from phase one is that we're spending the money, but performance goals, but we're not tracking, we're not tracking the outcomes. And the board stated that, but they wanted to see more of the dashboard to be able to track and see basically how we're doing. If we're putting money here, what is that return? And that's not there. And then we talked about putting it on monthly agendas and have more conversations about it. So overall, we're spending money on these performance goals, but we're not really showing how much we're spending, and we're not tracking to see if there's that return.
Cost associated with that, that's a choice we make. And so if it's not a choice we make, then where do we go? People know what you share to other people.
Possibly, like, I always worry about benchmarks, like putting maybe benchmarks public.
Oh, no, you don't want to.
Because benchmarks, are not like, yeah, it should be just according to the assessment. The other thing too is that benchmarks don't
And that's what we did in,
always,
and
there's
that,
not a
we can
always
tell
strong
you, we did
correlation between house and
November
farm unit.
something, November something.
But,
And you kept putting from the same slides back in there to kind of keep bringing them back to 25 million. And why, so they have that rationale as to why we're doing that. Or we're engaging.
Shine a light on those who want to see.
And put them in silos.
Right, exactly.
Got alignment, collaboration with the department. Would guide us to success.
Yeah. I like it.
The rest is simple, like facility settings, how resilient.
And then too, you could have a lot to do with your like grade period, so.
I think we're there with the safety side, and I think we have to develop the others.
Yeah, but at your school it's fifth and sixth, so if you get in there and talk about second and third grade, the elementary level is not performing. Every parent who has a child in second and third grade knows what you're talking about.
It's like, what?
Where it's different schools at different levels, so.
Could be, like, one of the things that we did in, one of my previous districts is, it wasn't the board that did this, like, senior leadership did this, and then we all worked towards it. We set like, you know, like, sometimes when you're doing a fundraiser, you know, you have to raise this amount of money. We know that we want to have this number of data meetings, of high quality data meetings. We want to make sure that this number of, you know, this number of compliance actions are taken. We want to, you know, like we could set like a threshold that we're going for, and then each like meeting you'll be able to see where are we getting to. So kind of just setting like a standard, not a standard, it's not a standard, but like a.
I got you on that. Are we moving on to phase 2?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, and they're putting up answers for phase 2.
Yeah, I just don't know yet.
I mean, we can,
Something with sped student performance that we could potentially say.
Okay, what's the question?
Well, like, let's just put some ideas down. Okay, so Dr. Scott is thinking principal highlights. Okay, so what you're writing on the poster is,
What indicators would help the board verify?
okay, yeah, so possible academic indicators related to tier 1.
It's the template whenever the front of the
Or how about possible academic indicators related to SPED?
Those related to
SPED is
SPED, ATIS, and gifted are what we're seeing in the report.
That would be how it is. Yeah, the GPS, I mean, yeah.
It limits my mobility. And I work with my hands pretty bold.
Those are good sense.
But we still, one, we're not tracking.
Might include
getting
colon.
might include.
because we still have that gap.
Like the indicators.
The gap
Oh,
that
might
talks about
include colon.
45
One,
achievement gap.
principal
So
highlights. Regular principal highlights.
I don't know what it is in here, but I really think,
And maybe like something where like,
I mean, look at last budget, the board took out of the, or A highlights.
or like,
Special ed was one of the top of the list. Like, that was that
another one, like, I don't know what to call what I'm talking about. It's almost like a threshold metric that we can
it's
measure
fun,
how close
equity
we're
goals
getting
are
to the
funded,
goal.
I mean, are
We
fully
used to do that, we used to do
embedded
like,
in
like
the
a big
Threshold
our
metrics.
goals. There's the
Threshold
we
metrics.
used to do like big Joes like this
and we can say that specifically for SPED, ATIS schools.
Earlier, my mouse was up here.
Give, they have to give that goal in there.
Gotta write it.
My mic is big.
Did we put in resources in with this year?
Yes. HOLD. That's all we got.
It didn't say every group, but I mean, there is a
And then
commitment
like
to
a concern that we talked about was whatever the board sees.
I think it just goes back to that equity goals
It's just
are
something to
embedded in the strategic district.
We want wanna be transparent, you gotta show things.
Yeah, we can say the ones that we see are sped, ATIS and gifted. So extra goals, equity, goals are.
Well, and then teachers are obviously benchmarking and they're like, they're looking at my benchmarks.
Very specific.
I mean, cause I can give you all kinds of things, but they're just not all kinds of things that we really want to see. Not, but, I mean, but we're not being like
They're built into our
non-transparent,
goals and
it
our
doesn't make
support
sense to share it.
They're built into our equity.
Or they'll make an interpretation of it, like, yeah, their own narrative.
You don't want their narrative, exactly.
Ensuring equity is built into
Understand.
the funding decisions. And then particularly, we could say, through our work with SPED, ATIS, I don't know if that's just.
Yeah, I would say sped.
SPED
I
and
leave
X,
it
SPED and
I
X.
just leave that sped.
Okay.
So you have those in the bottom of your jewelry box?
So she said.
Well, there's commitment. I'm talking about, reflect commitment to equity.
Okay. So big hoops were
After this, after the feast today.
Okay.
Okay.
I used to like it.
All right, I've been around to all of your groups. Now is the time. Now is the time. Take another quick look. Take a second. So if we could, you know what, guys, just before you do that, I want you guys to do something before you go into your deliverables. Is to, if you guys could post really quick, is to just do a quick gallery walk. I'll give you a couple of minutes just to walk around to the other charts. Please take a Post-it with you and just something positive that you observe or a wondering. Post it near that bullet. Something positive that you see or a wondering. Right? So you're posing a question around something that you see. This is going to be helpful information as they go into the development of their deliverables.
Close Mr. down
Yep.
here. I have to
You
say,
got
I
one
think you're a Wonder Woman
We
too.
got it.
It's super cute.
Get ready to move.
I love it.
So we go to other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this is more like, it's more like.
And then it's definitely because I look like good pens. Oh, no, there it is.
No.
No, they're different questions.
Yeah, or not.
Oh, he's Mr. He has the exemplar.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a,
We didn't write
put a
the
savings line in the
questions,
budget?
so I don't know how we're gonna
Future needs in the budget?
look like. What's the right word? I mean, it is at the top.
I'm getting ready to do it
Ms.
myself.
Rush, can I get the questions?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would say SPED and
Mr. Wordsmith, what's the right word? He told us to put it up. We tried to finish his last sentence.
Oh, no
Last
problem.
sentence, last sentence. Yeah.
They got to
to
be on the
enrollment
top.
needs. How about that?
Or what?
Based on enrollment needs.
No, he's trying to say,
What is that point? What are you trying to say?
up here most sentence.
But they are particularly, they are sensitive to funding and enrollment
Yeah, they
changes.
are sensitive.
Funding and enrollment.
Yeah. You're
Funding
right,
and
you're right,
enrollment.
enrollment, 'cause
that enrollment changes, child fines and all those things.
Like, but we still need the same framework for every place.
Oh, so we're all at the same ones at the same time?
You might legislative advocacy become more actively.
They're rotating. We need to put our stuff on the wall. Where it would go. We're supposed to go from table,
Yep, they gotta walk around and give some feedback.
it went out on Sunday.
You want some more? To the other groups and get feedback. They have different questions.
Oh, this is a reminder? It closes as when? Closes when? Oh, funny. Bananas.
Gary, see, let me tell you a thing. And another thing. All right, guys, you got 3 more minutes. You can kind of move relatively quickly through each group. You opened this up. I said, what would you normally do? A little sugar and some water, maybe a little syrup. I'm like, I'm gonna leave a mark. You know, they say go outside and play. Okay. That's it. Okay. Okay, guys, let's wrap it up. So now, let's go back to your respective group. Everyone's been around, go back to your respective group. You can bring your paper back, or you can bring your paper back to this all the notes. You can't, like, if you, so you can see your notes.
It's not ours, Dr. Moore. Oh, yeah.
Y'all been dragging gear through. Baby said, I took him through this.
Take it through there.
Okay, all right, moment of truth, guys. Now is the time for your deliverable. Okay, so you want to take all of the information that you have, compile, and you want to make sure that you develop a very, very well-developed response to your deliverable.
So the first thing
Identify one
is
pattern
identify
of
one
policies or
pattern related to tier one
government
instruction.
currently interact with the strategic plan. There's not enough alignment in like what's on the agenda
So
and
it's a
the
pattern,
strategic plan.
yeah, so
Those
it's
answer those questions.
a pattern of variability. And then one implication of current academic patterns for students or discloses. We know that.
Yeah, that one area would be.
And then, we
For greater clarity and
Yep,
consistency.
everybody's, like everybody's, it almost doesn't matter. So, propose how academic data should be framed or presented to support effective board level.
So all four,
So, y'all, that's the big thing, because it's public. So,
Basically, we're going it out.
everybody's happy with what we're doing.
Do you know what? We do.
somebody put proposals, like, seriously? So, okay.
I don't think they quite understood it because I think we didn't really elaborate too much in there.
Okay.
I took the one from you.
Thank you.
I'm thinking.
Alright, so we're supposed to.
So,
We have a progress bar, here's the system.
So the survey,
Data meetings, all those things.
Identify one curriculum or
Tier one instruction.
right, and it goes like.
Correct.
If it wasn't in the common, it would go in Ward 3, because they still need the update on operation.
Back to the bullets that we have right over there.
Yeah, you can. I mean, there are a number of ways to do it. You can, I mean, this is the difference between outputs are the things that you do and need to be done very, very well to get to.
66.
And then just, and if you have output, it's not really doing much. You could count however many hours you want, you're never gonna get any kind of outcome. But if as long as you have high quality, well thought out, well researched, meets the data, it answers the questions, and put of that sort, and you're gonna get to outcomes. Maybe not immediately, but you're gonna get there. You know, so what output is
Effective communication.
And it's determined by doing the landscape survey. The board is the
Relationship piece.
Yes, always in line.
If that matters. Also, are people trusting and believing in the leadership? They come in to assist or to help, or even district. Are they welcoming or let's go, or they frown upon it, thinking that you're coming to do a catch? So all of that makes a difference as well. Using that trust factor.
You're talking about an indicator that shows this is tier one instruction.
or the, is showing that we're addressing
where are we?
Because that is always the thing.
that variability is becoming much more consistent, that gap is to close. So I know what we're doing right now to move on that.
How do we share progress?
Like, that's the thing for me, is like, at the end of my day.
Well, individual parents get progress of their individual children.
No, you remember when we talked about the grade level piece?
I thought about that also, we present attendance data and discipline data based on real instances. Whether you're at school, you're not at school, whether it's
Whole
tier 1,
district
tier 2,
data.
tier 3 data.
Yeah, we can count, like, there are lots of things that can be counted.
But will parents understand that your child's in third grade, but you know your child's in third grade, but you see that third grade is not performing? No, let's say fourth grade. Then that's gonna be a fear like, oh my God, my child's gonna be in this school. Is it teachers or is it kids, you know, that start pointing fingers.
Where the,
overall.
like the agenda
Or my
content
child's
is in line with the priorities of strategic plan.
It's not doing well. I wanna transfer.
You
know,
know,
any
we
little
can
thing
count
you
things
get
like number of classrooms with co-teaching.
I will say that, with the
Okay, so I
IG,
could
with the,
count,
investigation, if we had like the percentage of academic
No.
content on the agenda, and that has
Oh, yeah, because
increased.
that's
I
our
think we
big
have
gap.
more academic
No, we have
content
another
on
gap,
the,
like in our
agenda, which is a good step.
we'll
And then the
put out
next
the
level would be academic
Mark,
content,
but
yes, but
on our
aligned with
federal
goals.
designations, we still have a lot of sped.
That goes back towards, exactly, yeah.
And,
You go back and see.
but, we also have, a designation.
50% of our time is spent on
high poverty group at one school, and then also, for African American males. So we sort of kind of see other subgroups. Sped is always the first school, so we gotta arrest it now. So, like, there's a variability in tier 1. It's gotta be dealt with sped immediately, you know, and that's what we're working on with the compliance stuff, you know, but, so, number of classrooms with co-teaching.
And then two, I think we should push in now, right?
There's, well, yeah, there's a variety of different co-teaching kinds of things.
Of staying late.
You know, we could do like number of, that we've got.
You had to cover your room.
I saw it somewhere in here, and somewhere in there, but I'm just looking at the goals. What did you see?
I'm just gonna put number of
Board
FTEs.
knowledge and
Dr. Scott.
goals, it's in,
That's something that you guys have already asked for.
Which is the plan.
oh, page 6, it's in 64.
Plan the, agendas around the strategic plans. Basically using the, strategic plan to determine content for the agenda.
I know when I was working in schools, they're all one school, their entire first grade.
64 in the fourth bullet, teacher certification and retention metrics are leading indicators.
And the other two only teaching 2 years.
Correct.
Where if you go to another school, all of the two. So that makes a difference too.
I'm just gonna say something about successful classroom.
Which is like quarterly. You mentioned quarterly.
Not right now, not yet. I'm just gonna, it's a dumb idea, but I don't know how to measure it, but I figured.
Right. Well, that's because they have the technology experience.
Yes, that's
So
part
they
of
don't
it.
mind doing interactive
see it?
activities, doing research, playing games, where the older veteran teachers are afraid of technology. They don't want to change, and they don't want to create a new lesson plan.
So 68, it's embedded throughout.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, that's what we're trying to do, like,
We need to be
and that's
doing
what
more
somebody,
capital.
maybe we don't care, you know, I care, you know, but.
Because I mean, that's basically one of the strategic goals, climate, culture, and
Yes.
capital support.
Panic.
And exploitation.
Panic, yes, panic is not good. I'm just wondering, can we come up with ways of measuring the number of classrooms with co-teaching? We are already measuring the number of FTEs. We could do like a ratio of sped students to sped teachers. You know, that could potentially be an issue. And success, I'm thinking something with successful classrooms.
Back to the experience versus
I read
non-experience.
that too when it says
Generally convey a student or students are on pace. I mean, you have on-time promotion, that's something that you
Like on pace.
And attendance too.
like how many students are successful quarter one, quarter two, semester one, semester two.
Who's gaps in communication and
And
resources?
attendance on both.
Yeah, but the only way I get that would
Teacher
be,
attendance
it would be what,
and student
Grades will tell you,
attendance.
right?
Instructional quality. and
are grades really an indicator of student performance?
Oh, no, I don't think so, I don't do it here. Remotely, they feel it is.
But I don't know about that grade. That's not accurate.
And incentives too. Incentives for not teacher pay bonuses, but incentives. Like school, let's celebrate third grade. They all, did well on their,
Did you guys see the board meeting around because we were a district that was part of the South Carolina strategic compensation pilot for last year. And we had two schools that were part of it, Windsor and Polo Road.
Oh.
And based on SE Ready performance, teachers received bonuses. We had a number of teachers who received bonuses of $14,000.
That's something, and it's
in
funny
the board
you say
book.
that because someone reached out to me actually today because they saw in the news yesterday.
I need to read this for this entirety. I'm just doing a whole lot of scanning,
it states that again.
Yeah.
So we need to think about that. All right, so in terms of metrics, we just need to really put some thought into that. All right.
Alright, which one are we on? Or you type every level?
You talking through.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's gonna make us talk in a bit.
Yeah, you want people to be able to understand what it actually means. Because I'm not going to panic about certain things that another person might do.
I think the panic.
But I'm also going to panic about things that maybe somebody else looks at and is like, oh, that's not what we're doing.
And I think
That's a
too,
big
you
deal.
panic when there is no communication. Because I
So
think
no
if-
communication feels very
Right.
non-trivial.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Where did this fact come from right here?
Retention, I think. Retention
This
is
right
the-
here.
Oh, absolutely. At grade level.
Teachers are certified. If you go down, we pulled information from South Carolina State. If you scroll down to stay down here. All of our stuff that we got was either what we got off your website or we got from South Carolina Department. That's correct. Correct. Okay, so then that's exactly what we got. I'll go back and pull from our raw data. Yeah, but that's something I don't know. We're probably about 97%. Okay. Was that, how often is that updated? I don't know what data you looked at. Did you get it off like the report card? Okay, so we probably test one too.
My dad? Oh, sorry to say, yes, he's here. How so?
the kids understand the language. And when I think about something like that, I think about when we had first grade, and they had first grade assessment, and they had pictures, and they had a picture of a tree, a car, an animal, elementary, and then it was like a house or something. And the question said, no. Well, my household, we don't use that word utensils. We say, we're for bring me a spoon. So, the kids, half of the kids, more than half of the kids, this thing.
She wanted to tune in to see what we look like. I said, we cute.
The majority of the white kids knew exactly what their utensil was. Black kids did not. And I thought, how do, and it's how you speak to your kids. That's the language they use. That's why I don't like baby talk. No. No, talk to that baby so that child can hear the words. And then the other one said, bubble in the automobile. My mom has never called the car an automobile and still don't. So kids use that. So I think sometimes
It's fine if it's a part of a uniform. So for example, she could buy a uniform for a team. They go into a school that is required at that time for their position. Like a maintenance people, we buy all
assessments, we gotta use the same language. That's why too, I think, how do you use that?
Not at a school level, they
So sometimes that's part of it. They know it, but they don't know it in that language.
put that
I do
Richland.
think
No,
that,
you take them assurance.
it's
They
true.
can put the
Those are all
Richland
things that
shoes
go
on.
into, testing and
Right.
that kind of thing. And we don't have absolute control.
And just ask them to use
Right.
the
Company, we can't make any changes to it. And, yeah, so
I must
I'm
admit,
concerned
it
about
was
it, but
something
at the same
tightened up
time, in
on
an overall fashion, we were when we did do a presentation to the board around progress monitoring, like a progress monitoring presentation. And so we could give a little context to things as we were proceeding. But we shared map data from the beginning of the year, and then we also shared some observations around the benchmark assessments, around the first benchmark. So we shared observations
And are you getting a
rather
signet
than
ring?
putting like very specific numbers. And the only reason that we did that is because we know that performance on a benchmark is not always completely correlated to how they're going to perform on the SE Ready. But it's really just a formative assessment for the teacher to use and for us to use to improve instruction.
But I'll add something else to that too. Just thinking about when I was a teacher, I think programs that you, which goes back to academics, help too. Because as a teacher, I love open book. I don't care how below level you are, if you could get in and teach those kids open book, that program is so
I only do it out loud at church.
You have to be careful in what you purchase in academics through different programs that's offered, and then sometimes we can't always jump to new programs just because they're really one of the first. Because if it's working, we don't have to switch over to the next program. Or you go to a workshop and you hear that this is great, but that might be great for that area. And not great for our students. Yeah, and all students. So I think sometimes you have to understand that when you hear this and their test scores have come up here, well, guess what? Our test scores may already be there. They're just coming up to where we already are. So don't come and say,
Right, guys.
because then we could lose.
Okay, so now we'll go in numerical order. So because you all have different deliverables, if you could read your deliverable so that the other groups can hear and then provide your response. So other groups, it would be helpful as you're listening to see where you see alignment from what they are saying and things that you are thinking about. It's important that you are listening for that in your responses. So group 1, all
Yes.
right, you're up.
Strategic operational patterns. Identify one reoccurring operational pattern with implications for strategic plan execution. We actually already have that in place, which is the quarterly safety report. And then, number 2, the operational risk or opportunity insight. Describe one operational risk or opportunity that, if addressed, would meaningfully strengthen system performance over the next 2 to 3 years. And Mr. Hutton had explained that there is a facility studies plan that's coming out, and we think that will benefit us over the next 2 to 3 years if we have that in place, where we could create some sort of maintenance schedule, and if the board has that ahead of time, there are no surprises, and it would help us with alignment and goal setting. And then governance monitoring lever. Recommend one governance level monitoring metric or routine that would strengthen oversight without operational micromanagement. 1, sustain the quarterly safety report, and then institute, and we say now because we don't have the facilities plan in front of us, but institute a yearly construction and facilities report that would be presented to the board yearly to see where we are in our plan and if it still exists based on what took place from year to year.
Thanks, Walter.
Thank you.
2.
I have 2 more set.
We're number 2.
Okay, 2. Do you want us to talk or? So for our deliverables, our first deliverable is identify one pattern related to Tier 1 instructional coherence with implications for equity and student outcomes. And we know that we have a pattern of variability across performance in Tier 1. Describe one implication of current academic patterns for students with disabilities and other priority populations. We know that we have a SPED gap that we are currently working on in the district. And then propose how academic data should be framed or presented to support effective board-level oversight. We were brainstorming the types of data that the board might be interested in. And we talked about it, but we always want to be careful. We talked a lot about being careful about what those data are because we have public listening, and not everybody, it does require a certain amount of context to really understand what it actually means. Well, we brainstormed some ones in addition to what we already provide, because we already do provide performance related to MAP and then observations of some of our benchmark data. But we talked about one specific to SPED maybe, about numbers of classrooms where there's co-teaching happening. We're looking at numbers of special education FTEs. We talked about number of data meetings maybe with SPED data addressed. We also have coaching cycles that can be counted for SPED teachers. Talk about ratios of different teacher certifications in there, and principal highlights maybe on a regular basis. But we talked about a variety of ideas for the data. What would be helpful to the board in the progress monitoring of what's happening?
So I think that's really good. Some of the conversations that have come up with the board, I think will be helpful on the academic side is understanding the breadth of services that are provided by the district so that special education isn't seen as monolithic, as one category, because particular categories require different resources, right? So your full inclusion, autism classes require certain staffing formulas. And so for the board to understand that these are the differences. And so your special education report might just require its own kind of time, and so that there's also time for them to become more gradually aware of those nuances so that they can see that, yeah, these numbers, because a group had to take the test, they may not have been ready, but they have shown growth, and we are like doing this, and we are working to make sure that they do get there, because without it, it's just been assumed that it just may not be happening.
Yeah, you've made a point throughout one data point by itself doesn't really mean anything. But you always have to look at a number of data points to make any kind of judgment about this.
And we gave some of those examples that you actually shared.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Williams gave a lot of those same examples that you shared as well. We just didn't share it. But we talked about it.
It was shared.
Yes, it was. It was shared.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, and you may have had that discussion, but I've overheard in other discussions that there is some sort of completion, I don't know if it's a certificate or something, not like a diploma, but there is something,
The state credential.
the state credential, and that's something I don't think we've received,
You can look at that, that's
like,
something they're looking to.
it's a metric that we could use,
Yeah, we
yeah.
do that. At the high
And
school
so I think
levels.
why it's important that you have your board members here. This, you can see now with some of the questions that are generating where you want to kind of dive into, because that it may be evolving, but you know that there are some fundamental data pieces that you want to see there on a regular basis, and then and particularly around areas where you see gaps. And so where there are gaps, what resources are there, kind of overlapping to our next group there, to see, are you getting the return on the investment of the resources that you're allocating? And so that'll be really important to know. Very good. 4 or 3 or 2. 3. Okay.
So the heading for the next section actually is our pattern. It says strategic alignment, and that's one of the patterns that we identified that we needed to be more tightly aligned in everything from the strategic plan all the way down to our board agendas. For this next section on governance, consistency or clarity insight, one area where greater clarity or consistency would strengthen is, we talked about the agenda, because that's where we're planning what the board work that we're doing in the public, and getting that information. And then our recommended one governance routine is, we recommend starting with a board survey in terms of what does the board want to see as it relates to the reports and on the agenda, and then planning that out at the beginning of the year during our board retreat. So being very intentional about what reports we're gonna get, what policies we're going to review, what is the agenda gonna look like for particular board meetings throughout the year, implementing that, and then doing a quarterly survey or quarterly evaluation of the board's work to see where we are and where we're headed.
Really good, because that allows everyone to anticipate what's coming. One of the pieces around instruction that is stated in research, particularly in Visible Learning by John Hattie, talks about self-reported grading. So an effect size is how you evaluate instructional practice. So an effect size of 4 is 1 grade level. And so an effect size for self-reported grading is 2.43. So it's like greater than 3 grade levels, but the amount of effort and time that goes into that has primarily to do with a teacher's ability to plan out a block of instructional time, provide that to a student, and allow them to predict what's coming, self-project what's coming. That's what you're doing for the board. I mean, that's what you're doing for the district. You're saying, hey, we want to see these things in this amount of time. That gives them all this time. So that way, when the roller coaster of things that happen throughout a regular school day, when students are in school, they're still able to anticipate what's coming along while that is there. But when it's rocky here and there, it's just like, now you need that nausea, whatever that medicine you take when you get on the boat. So you want to make sure that it's a smooth ride. So quality practice.
And can I add something?
Yes, ma'am.
By doing that landscape survey, what it does is it provides clarity for all of the board members to understand these are the things we're focused on, because they operate as a collective, not as an individual.
Right.
And so then if we know this is what's going on the agenda, The other things then that are important go in the board brief. So everyone is clear about how we're going to be distributing information and how we're going to receive information. And I think it just makes our meetings run much smoother around what we need to be doing and what we're working towards.
I mean, and to that, to piggyback on what you're saying, Dr. Moore, that's absolutely correct, because what you'll hear from the finance committee is that people will hear a number of the allocation that comes to Richland 2, and they just hear that number, right, and just think, oh, well, you know, it's okay to get $1,000 or $2,000 and all of that, but they don't understand that those dollars are quickly allocated and you are stretching them thin to operate for every single kid. The other thing, and I'll hold that last thought to our last group. So thank you for that, Group 4.
Group 4.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna lump all these together. Here we go. So our group deliverables: strategic lens, strategic investment, and long-term stewardship. It wants us to identify recurring patterns and resource allocation, implications of strategic plan implementation, and then talks about the equity, sustainability, and describe one of the issues, current financial issues on that, and then talks about the governance decision of one standing governance level question and decision rule to guide future financial legislative approvals. And then basically talks about the next 12 to 24 months, the ability to align this legislatively. So what we came up with was the recurrent issues in how resources are allocated, such as inconsistent equity funding for items such as SPED, limited oversight, and reactive decision-making make it difficult for this district to fully carry out its strategic plan by, and keep in mind, this isn't just us, this is stuff that's above us, that affects us, by using structured governance tools, equity-focused budgeting, and proactive planning towards its 2028 goals. Continued underinvestment in teacher retention threatens equity, sustainability, and long-term stability. Addressing the issue is essential to achieve the district's strategic objectives and ensuring high-quality education for all students. Financial and legislative decisions should be evaluated by one clear standard. Do they advance the district's strategic goal, particularly equity, sustainability, and long-term resilience? And then over the next 12 to 24 months, legislative advocacy should focus on increasing the state support for all of the above, such as the teacher certifications, professional developments, and retentions of teachers, and it should strengthen the outcomes of student and system stabilities.
Y'all in agreement? Group 4?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Basically, it's saying that.
That's where I was going. Give me that.
Basically, saying everything that's above us, that comes down financially, there's some decisions, such as the last budget, where we put a lot of sped stuff up top over other things that we wanted to. We had to do that because that's what the law is. So we gotta take care of the main thing, what the law is, before we can start to grow other programs. And eventually, what we were getting at this is, if we're always above and in front of state funding, and then they're not retroactively giving us funding, eventually we're gonna run out of money, and we're not gonna be able to go above and beyond other districts. And that's gonna create a stale flatmate in education, because the great way of building things is always have competition. And if you're only, at some point, you got to grow. And if you're only spending what money's given to you, and you're not getting any in return for new programs, because we came up with it, but we don't get any of that in return, eventually we're gonna run out of money to make new things and grow and be the best district in the world, not just here in South Carolina.
So a couple of things there. There is some alignment. So when you talk about fixed budget requirements, even though they are fixed, you still want to know what's the return on the investment. And so in high cost units like autism classes and high cost scenarios of special education, even though there's a ton of compliance that is required for those to operate, the reason that that's there is because the expectation is to get a return on that. And so where on a district side, I think you can help the board is when you talk about FAPE, a free, appropriate public education. Every one of your teachers is by law required to implement Tier 1 instruction. They are required.
No doubt.
You want to first know, is that happening? As a board, that's what you want to know. As a district, that's what you want to communicate to the board, because that's the first line of defense. That's your largest line item, right? You want that to be communicated. Is that happening, right? Is that happening at a high level? And where is that happening? Because as you start to move up tiers where interventions come, that's where the additional funding that you're talking about is coming into play. So you want to not just identify a tier 3, which is your special education. You want to know all tiers.
Absolutely.
And you want to know what's the return at all tiers, so that it is broken down in a way for you to equitably see where actually is the return on our investment coming back for us where it makes sense. And so once you get that full picture, it will then help you make a decision around what you were talking about in terms of feeling like there are limitations. Because right now, you're only limited in the information around tier 3. You want to know all of them. That's the first. The other thing is one of the limitations that came from, well, actually a good thing that came from COVID was when people had to go back, people had to leave March 12th, I believe, 2020, and go home. People quickly said, oh no, kids need to learn. So there's this huge influx of technology provided across the country, the world for the most part. And then people quickly said, oh, kids weren't learning. What do we say? Learning loss. And then there was an opportunity for additional funds to come. So when you say, Mr. Dennis, that there wasn't money, the research shows that the amount of money that was provided in ESSER has shown less than 20% of the return on the investment.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we can't just say, this is the reason why we're going through this protocol. We can't just say it's more money, right? Because you got to qualify what you're doing with the money that you already have, right? And so that's the real interrogation that has to happen, which requires the alignment. Because together, once you are really clear about that, you actually know where you need funding. And so,
but when you look at it holistically, a kid can graduate high school and you have successively done the job of education. However, making sure that child is ready for the workforce and coming out is two separate different things. As a business owner, I want to see what skills they have coming out, not do they have a high school education. What certifications, what do they have, and that's all the extra stuff that's on top of education that this board looks at here and is a great thing, because I know Dr. Ford talked about it earlier, about that, going above and beyond just what the standard norm is. And when you go above the standard norm, and you keep going above, and then everybody else is catching up, eventually, if you're not receiving funding for all the stuff you've done above the standard and getting that return on investment, then you're not gonna have anything else to go up. And that's
I heard,
what we're
yes, I am not refuting what you're sharing. I'm just trying to provide additional information. So as you build a narrative around a system that you think has an error or limitation, I want you to go into it looking for all of the information and not only identifying one of the data points. Again, that's the other part. So
I think it's just hard for us as sitting here as a financial portion, think of, well, how do we think of that return on investment on the academic, on the safety portion? Because there guarantee if I was over there, my mind would be, hey, we can do all this. And then when you bring it over here to this table, no, we cannot.
Nancy, have you been talking to
I know.
Yes, and that's exactly why you have a balance of powers. Yes, these committees are going to be very, very important. Okay, all right, guys, you have done tremendous work. Here's a couple of things, okay? Now, it's time for us to kind of think through. We've had some good conversation. Now, question for you. One insight that sharpened your understanding of the system. What's one thing that you have learned today that has sharpened your understanding of Richland?
I would say data. The amount of data available. Even though we want more, there is a lot that you can use to springboard yourself into the future.
Anyone else?
I would say staying in the framework of the, how you position the question keeps us focused.
All right, one more. Yes, ma'am.
I would say that the committees that we have in place are all connected, and many of them, the actions that they take will determine the actions of another committee.
Yes. Yes, very good. All right, one governance behavior that may need to evolve. One governance behavior that may need to evolve. Board members. One governance behavior that may need to evolve.
I would say our communication system, which we're working on.
Anyone else?
I would say strategic planning.
Yeah.
And so one thing that I will say, my job for you is not to plan to paralysis, right? That is something that is so evident.
Align strategically.
Yes, yes. So I got you. I know exactly what you mean, but it is very important. And so that's why when you think about the design of today, you got to produce.
Right.
You got to develop things. You got to write. We got to move, because we could sit here and and theorize all day, right? And then leave out and people are like, was I supposed to do something? Right? It's a very, very important elevation. 3, one strategic implication that cuts across multiple groups. What's one strategic implication that cuts across multiple groups?
I would say planning.
The strategic planning.
The strategic planning. Because literally, you can't do something in one group without asking the other group for a little bit of information. So the strategic planning and, how do you say it, teamwork.
Yes.
Goes together.
The fact that you guys have developed your committees, you've broken this up. Guys, what if this was all one, you just sitting at one table, one round table, we did it? See? So the structure matters, right? Taking the time to develop the right kinds of structures to give you the opportunity to get what you intend back, right? That return. So that structure matters. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because that was what was hard for us, because we were trying to do the other committees, think like the other committees, and then figure out how we need to do it here. So we were trying to do it all at once, until you said, you just need to focus on what this is. And we're like, oh, now we get it.
So what the finance team
Yes, tell us.
they were at the greatest deficit, because this is what Dr. Moore and I were discussing. The document that the state is calling a strategic plan is really more of an operational academic plan. And so there isn't specific finance language in those goals, right? But that doesn't mean it's not important for you to analyze. Because as the financial team, you want to know where are investments being made and what's the return on those investments. Have you heard of some of these things? What's happening with those things? And so you want to be able to see, you want to be able to triangulate, like, hey, I got these line items, these purchase orders that are happening, but I see this goal. I've talked to this vendor, or I've talked to this company. What's happening with this? And so it's good for you to be able to do this as well. Okay, one more. What's something else that cuts across multiple groups? Yes?
Progress monitoring?
Tell me more.
What did you say?
Progress monitoring.
So that is that, getting that information and checking in and see where are we now, where do we start, where are we now, and where we're going.
Yes. So that calendar, these agendas, it seems like that you guys are really lining things up in a way to keep you systemically able to hold yourself accountable. And you gotta think, it's not you individually, it's you as an organization, as a governing body. Doesn't matter who's in the role, the structure is positioned for whoever is there to follow along something that supports the district.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Board goals. In fact, we've talked so much between board goals and strategic plan. I can't remember which one comes first because it's just this big cycle and they have to be in alignment.
Yes. Very good. Okay, all right, so next steps. So the board of district folk are gonna need to work on the following things. Clarity, a shared understanding of priorities and success indicators. So they'll need to continue working with you to get here. Alignment, as you heard from Mr. Dennis here. Policy, budget, monitoring, and advocacy points in the same direction, right? You see that there are limitations that are happening through policy. Now, the thing that I say when we're inside schools, so what, now what, right? It doesn't matter about that, right? The kid is showing up and they deserve to be educated. So we're gonna do the very best that we can with what we have, right? And so as leaders, you wanna be signal senders. Yes, we have limitations, but guess what? We still gonna be happy when we see Gary show up. Let's go, right? And so that's what we wanna be able to do. Monitoring, regular predictive review of meaningful indicators, right? We just heard Washington State, right? That progress monitoring. Governance discipline, board stays at the right altitude. You guys can see from the information that's being shared today, there's a lot for you all to do as a small group, right? So to be able to do that at a high level, to allow the district to be able to run itself while you are getting the things done that are your responsibilities. And last, adaptation. Evidence informs adjustments, not reaction. Evidence informs adjustments, not reaction. I'll give you an example. I helped a group of people after the school shooting in Michigan a couple of years ago. The young man came in after Thanksgiving. Okay, we just sit in groups like this around focus groups. What's supposed to happen, because you had a couple of things happen. Parents were concerned about safety in the school. They were concerned about, obviously, you know, the families of the children who had been killed. So you had a few things to work with. So they were trying to prioritize getting the kids back. And what will be the key indicator to get them back in school and feel safe? So people were there, and they were talking, and they were like, you know, this thing, that thing, that thing. And the decision to bring them back that they agreed upon was clear backpacks. So I'm sitting there looking around because I think Ashton Kutcher is coming out, that we're getting punked. Because there could be no way all of these degrees, and graduate degrees, and all of these professionals think that. And what you realize is when you don't have practitioners in the building, where's operations people? So on an average number, how many doors in high school? You see where I went, Matt? You see where I went? See, we're talking 50, 60 doors, sometimes 70 doors. So and teenagers with raging hormones, they got all kind of antics in their head. Every day is some kind of social media thing that they're trying to do, right? And so we're always outnumbered inside the schools. So you do the very best that you can to talk to them about, you know, regulations, things they're supposed to be doing. But every day something's happening. Something's happening right now. Right? I bet if you looked at your phone, you got something going on. He's like, no, I'm good. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm trying to stay focused. Right? I understand. And so that's the thing that people need to say. So my recommendation to them was that level of investment, if everyone is so concerned, why don't we reduce the ratio of social workers to students? Because we're not focusing on the real issue. You're trying to focus on the symptom. Yeah. What happened after the kid went into crisis. You're not asking the question why he went into crisis. right? That young man had been in isolation, felt alone, got to school invisible. Because guess what? When you look on social media, none of the kids said that was my best friend. None of the teachers said this was my best student. And so he got to school and was hundreds and hundreds of kids and was invisible still. And with no one checking in with him, he just cracked. It had a fragile home environment. We know kids, we know those populations there. And so this is a thing that happened. And so the evidence needs to inform the adjustments. And so thinking about that, how do we look at our fragile populations? What kind of evidence are they producing so that you aren't just reacting to some of their crisis moments, but you're reacting to what their needs are, right? What are their real needs? Okay, board, this is gonna be your work. So I am going to take the information. Gary, we're gonna need to get on a call with you so we can translate your paper. Tanisha, we'll need you for that as well. And so this will be our next set of tasks, okay? So to look at, of the things that are happening, that have been elevated, what's board on, leadership team on, shared monitoring, okay? Of this initial stage, okay? Now, at your tables, let's take a quick couple of minutes and answer these questions, because I'd like to hear what your thoughts are. What should look different in the next 90 days if alignment is strengthening? What indicators should appear on board agendas and dashboards? And finally, what governance routines should begin now? Right? Just talk about those things at the table.
The meeting should be short because there are less questions.
I think more efficiently, less questioning from presentations. Presentation clarity.
April, we have to do the budget. Be on time.
Yes. If they can just kind of. Right. It's almost like when you're answering a question, you're answering it or writing an answer as if the person don't know anything.
And we would have clarity about like, what we're actually supposed to bring.
Right.
You know, then in the absence, we're gonna bring in everything that we can fit in what we think is needed.
And I think too, what may look different is if the requirement is given to you all in a significant amount of time to allow you to create something.
I really think we should.
And not wait like 2 or 3 days before and say,
I'm still confused.
Right.
Which comes first? We create our goals for maybe the strategic plan.
Exactly.
Strategic plan is not bad. Thinking, it's like a strategic plan. I think it's kind of done so much submitted to the state. And I think the new ones were 2 years.
So we should reevaluate our board goals
Yeah.
to make sure they're in alignment
Yeah.
with our strategic.
Yeah, and Dr. She said something about those days, the strategic plan in the near future.
She did, but in the meantime, so they get the most efficient practices to update our goals. Because I think when we did our goals, we did it as though there wasn't a strategic
Well,
plan.
yeah.
I got you.
Well, the thing is, if the strategic plan may not be.
What should look,
It's a
most of
whole
it's not there
thing,
now,
but it may not be.
continual sharing of information. I think that
So,
the next
some
90
of
days, we're going
board
to make
goals
sure we
should be dependent on the
definitely have a
strategic plan, they should be dependent on our
sharing
needs and
information.
development.
Right.
But we have, but for every board goal, we have to align it to something within the strategic plan, because that's what the feedback is that we were not in alignment on too many of them.
Yes.
But maybe the miss of
Absolutely. Most definitely.
We could ask her, we have some really good.
Because I think you're right, sir.
Schools that are working.
Strategic plan, I've been on the board now for 4 years.
I've been on, We haven't won. We
It
haven't
uses the Excel.
since Dr. Moore came on.
Yeah, for three, it's been 3 days. So, I mean, we are facing a different environment. So I would say define your goals and then we can compare it. And where there's gaps, let's form the next strategic plan. We may keep it on the shelf because it's state mandated,
And we
but
used
at
to
least
do,
we're reacting to
I
the
don't know
environment.
if you remember,
Our
that
goal
we
is,
had been around for
in my opinion, our goal
we
is
used to have
to be in there to need to go beyond
and
the
I think that
strategic
helped
plan in
to,
certain areas. Because the plan
for
will not address the
example,
needs that we have and our goals.
I'm thinking about
We
like
should probably have
on
goals
Rice
that
Creek,
reflect,
when I was
reflect the
assistant
strategic
principal
plan.
there,
In other words, what
we
goals we have
always
that will
partnered
ensure,
with
because the strategic plan is a good thing, it's not just a bad thing.
Right.
So we need to have goals that
could
make it
develop
happen.
that and
But we
come
also, in
as
my opinion, need to have
Rice
goals
Creek
that
Summit and
greater
Richland.
needs
And then we talked
or
about
more
the
currently
alignment
come
of,
to fruition.
this is what it looks like at the high school level, middle school, elementary. How are we giving back?
But at the same time, we don't want
Hey, guys.
too many goals.
All right, let's come back together.
Too many
All right, what should look different in 90 days?
Showing like
Sharing of information.
students who even went to
Right.
those schools.
Be more
they're
specific.
reading to the
What do you mean sharing of information?
And people love that.
Like the systems that like different departments use to track, hey, what's the return on investment? You know, we might be spending this much money over here, what's the outcome? And sharing that information back and forth a lot more freely so that everybody can see.
So I want to push on that, get you back into our protocol. So, because that's an example of what could be received as ambiguous to a team. So when you're saying something like see different, like give me an example from what you have been doing throughout the day that you think is, hey, if this thing happens because I've seen it in this place and in this place, this would be better.
What we talked about all day today? So,
An example.
I mean, go back to the SPED and admin stuff. I mean, looking at what's the return on investment of those programs, but I guess we're already doing that because they've already worked on the added thing, seeing, you know, evaluating that program versus SPED as well. So, I mean, it's a lot of the stuff that's in that document. I mean,
I get what you're saying because I've been spending some time with you, but I'm doing this on purpose, right? Because you don't want the school, the district to leave without a clear focus, right? So when we're here, that's what we're doing. It's a clear focus every single time because you know they got a lot to do. You charging them with leading 40,000. How many we got, Doc? 29,000. You're like, wait a minute. wait a minute. Yes. So
We want more,
we're
but not
looking
that
at
much.
almost 30,000, kids. So that's the thing. So I know the intent, but I want to just continue to push and nudge on that push. I'm gonna come back. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Well, I mean, even like you found throughout the document and then even in the presentation today, the next 90 days will look a little differently related to sharing the information as this incident spoke to as it relates to the strategic resource alignment. You saw that all throughout when you get to the financial integrity, and the transparency is there, but the intentionality on resource alignment is not currently there. So that's kind of what's gonna look differently within the next 90 days with all the work that we have.
So let's pull
going
that
on.
together. I see where you guys are going. I think I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Would you like to?
Yes, so we were just talking about at our table that over the course of the next 90 days, we're gonna be making huge decisions for the district, for the 26-27 school year. And so providing the board with information like we did today, so that was a continual, sharing of information. We started earlier than November. We started a formal presentation in November. We had a presentation today. They're gonna be getting tidbits at the next meeting. So they're gonna be getting tidbits along the way, or processes along the way, so that they can be more informed. So that hopefully that will answer all of their questions. And then as they get concerns from constituents or from teachers or from students or parents or whoever, they'll have information to be able to respond to those questions and try to keep us informed if there's things out there that we may not be privy to as well. So I think that's
I
narrative.
want y'all to tell me what you want to say.
We did.
We thought we did.
So let me just take a stab at it.
Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second, because this is an example of what I have witnessed. Okay, so I want you guys to just practice it here. Tell me what you want to talk about. You want to talk about SPED, or you wanna just talk about what? Give me an example of what you wanna share, because we're here, right? I wanna go back to this because this is important, because you've been practicing this all day. Yes. What do you see? So over the next 90 days, you saw something at your tables.
So a pattern we see is the need to ensure that we have clear staffing guidelines, because it appears in the future.
No. What evidence? That's this down
Because
here.
it appears in the strategic plan, the strategic guideline that they have developed. Help people.
Yes. Yes. But
What's the name of it?
this is the work that you see happening right now. And I'm glad that you guys are doing this. This is like just a model example. But this is the work that you do before you come to either body, right? Before you come to the superintendent, before the district comes to the board. Do this work first, so that you have done the thinking and the thought, so that you are clear and concise. You get in there and get out of there. All right, I'm gonna come back to you guys. Someone else, what did you see that should change in the next 90 days? Yes.
We talked about, as a pattern we see is the lack of understanding of core metrics, because it appears in, the document.
Executive summary?
In the executive summary, and within the board survey, and within the board survey. So within the 90 days, we should see less questions asked, asked by the board. We should see less questions asked by the board. Did that understand?
Yes, I would also say on the board side, you want the district to feel greater clarity. Right, so that's like a 360. Yes. You want them, because that's the whole notion. You don't want them ever feeling disoriented. Right, and so and I know that's not your intent, but you're getting the feedback, right? And you can kind of see that until you guys are all the way right, there'll still be a little bit of imbalance. So elevating that is the absolute right thing. Someone else, one more.
Okay, so a pattern we see is the communication model that we've had was not conducive to our board members feeling strong and confident in the information that we received, because it appears in the survey as well as the self-evaluation in the survey on the strategic plan, i.e. compliance document. So the next 90 days, as we're continuing, as we have been year after year, developing a process,
Yes.
we should see a difference in how we communicate with one another and disseminate information, as well as Dr. Moore has stated, she should receive less emails. And the ones she receives will be more focused.
Yes. Y'all ready?
Yes, so
Let's
so the pattern we see is the need to ensure that we have a staffing model, because it appears in the financial stewardship and resource optimization section on staffing goals, and it also appears in the section on operational excellence in the district's guidelines. So
You see the difference?
Yeah. And
You
in
see
the
that?
90 days?
Yes.
What's happening in the next 90 days?
No, we said that we gotta be short.
Hey, you locked in now, because you see that? But look at that. Look at that. That's a great example. As you were talking before, we were walking through it. But when you said that, look at what you triggered. Now she's like, oh, I'm here. I'm right there with you. You have now activated the time that you have with the decision maker. And so because decision maker's time is limited, you have to maximize. You got to do all of that legwork. So when you show up, it's like boom, boom, boom. Right? That's the work. Excellent job. Excellent job. Yes, ma'am?
I wonder, so now I'm reflecting, and in our meetings, there's sometimes we've asked questions and something is presented to us, and then I somewhat feel like it's repeated, like in a meeting soon after, where we're asking some of the same questions, and I'm wondering if that's due to the way the information is presented being like what you just said.
Yes. It's possible. I'm not there in that context, but yes, and especially if it's happening on both sides.
Right.
Right, then you kind of like, you back and forth, we're not really clear. So one of the things that was discussed earlier is for the board to be clear about what it wants to communicate to the district, and until it's clear, it's not going to, right? So adopting that guardrail so you don't create greater confusion, because if you're not clear and you drop it, that means it's up to them to try and interpret, and then, like you said, it's going to come back, like, that's not what I wanted. And I'm like, what?
That's been said before.
See? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Very good. Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I got it. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna give it to you.
Okay.
All right. We are. Here. What indicators should appear on board agendas and dashboard? I know that's your.
Our indicators, here on board agendas or dashboards. Well, we're gonna have that communication, the communication document that we're creating. That'll appear on our dashboard. And then our board agendas are gonna be more focused and aligned with our strategic plan and the board goals. And in turn, those things will be aligned together as well and have clarity around those things.
All right. Academic team, you guys, you've been referencing dashboards and things like that throughout the day. Any thoughts about that? In terms of indicators?
Yeah, I think we need to make sure that what needs to go in those are what you're looking for, so we just need to make sure that we're clear about that.
And not just what you're looking for, but how do you want it communicated?
Well, I think it goes back to what he's saying. I think if we, again, model that, this is the pattern I've seen, and it's evident here and here, tell me more about that, or why is this happening? I think that's probably, if we all look at that and laminate it on our minds, that this is what the pattern should be, I think it's gonna cut out a lot.
And so to support you guys as you're making that development. So the first thing is where the board is going to come in is with your state assessment. If the state assessment is meeting standards and exceeding across all schools, that's the only data point you need. The question becomes when it's not. And so when it's not, why is it not? And so that's where the recommendation will begin across the board. And so that all schools and clusters are being discussed around how and why they are and are not meeting expectations. And those that are, you guys have done a great job in terms of celebrating them, and the principals have done that. And so I think those things are great and already in place. I think the question comes, what's happening with those who aren't meeting that mark, and how you're communicating that consistently by cluster. Okay? All right, what governance routine should begin immediately? Y'all have already started something, just rock and roll. One is this. What governance routine should change immediately?
I said one, to move from the compliance document to an official strategic plan.
I think when the board and district, when you guys come together in places like this, more usage of the word partnership is elevated, so that there is, an understanding that, there are different roles, but there's a majority of the time spent collaborating on how to move the district forward. So it's never a feeling of cat and mouse, kind of an environment. You want it to be a collaborative space. The reason why I said that, and I shared this with Dr. Moore, that's the fertile ground for the greatest talent to be able to demonstrate their skills, and always to attract the best talent. If the environment is stated, if the environment is created that way, that's what attracts the best talent. You just gotta think about that. If you had an opportunity to do your best work, and they said, look, here's, there's no issue, we're not gonna debate you about money, here's your money, go do the job. And they meant it, right? The structures show it. That, hey, we only meet with you once or twice a month or something like that.
Like, that's one of the big complaints about, you know, across the nation with principals. They're like, look, you got me doing all of this work. Can I go do the work and stop meeting with me? Can I actually be in the school to do the work from the last meeting? So, great thing. Anyone else? What governance routine should begin immediately? Yes, ma'am.
Because of the way our cycle works, with our leadership, changeover, so on and so forth, I think we should start having conversations around what the meeting structure should look like long-term. You know, is that continuing with 2 meetings a month, business meetings? Should it move to a model of business meeting, retreat, or not retreat, workshop, to get more in-depth conversations like we've done today? What does that structure look like, as well as what information is being covered and how that information is being shared? Should we be doing this in a business meeting? Should it be covered in a workshop? Should it be covered in a board brief? Should it be covered in a committee report? These are the questions that I think we need to resolve, because communication was evident in the board self-survey and in the data as the biggest driving force around what the board and the district and how we're working together. And I'll tie it back to what I talked about this morning with trust, because trust is built on each side feeling like they're getting what they need to do the work that they need to do. And when we don't get that on either side, then trust is damaged and can be broken. So that work takes time, and we're already in a very tight clock. January is here, and June is coming, and we will have a leadership turnover. And so if we don't put these things in place now, then it just prolongs those challenges, in my opinion.
Yes. All facts. I mean, and I think, you know, there's no greater time than the present to do the tough work, right? And, you know, and it all won't get resolved. And the other thing, it will never all be resolved. But what the best organizations do is just get better at resolving problems, right? And that's the thing, you just become more efficient at it. Okay, guys, your day is complete.
Good job, everybody.
That is it.
We gotta take a photo. That's
Yes.
it.
So
Photo's coming.
the other thing, so my job and my team's job will be to collect the evidence today. You guys will get a summary. You get all of these resources so that you can practice through your sentence structure responses. You have all of those resources available to you. You also have your individual committee structure questions and deliverables available to you as well. So that way, you know, after you leave out, you're thinking a couple days later about something, you'll have that available. Right? Excellent, excellent job today. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, I'll make sure it's available. I'm going to say everything to the committee.
Computer or Matt, can we pull up the one slide, please?
No, I was saying, so like when we. The pattern, it may be because it's not just stated on the document, but for policy or state, state legislation saying this.
I still think what we come up with, what we came up with originally is the direction we need to go versus looking at holding people accountable and getting what needs to be done. That's basically, they need to come out and know this is how it's working. And this is how we need it.
So, January is Board Appreciation Month. I know we've got activities planned this month with the dinner and everything, but this is our first time coming together this month. And we just want to have a little celebration and just say thank you for your support as we try to do every day, but you know. So I thought that was a nice way to say thank you. Thank you, Deidre. I told her what I wanted. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was so good, because I don't,
y'all.
even for a military,
Geneva? Oh, okay.
I don't like recognize, I don't like none of that stuff. I love to recognize everybody else. Like Christmas, I don't care to get gifts. I would rather give gifts. I'm that type of person.
That is a really great photo.
Because,
Thank y'all.
I like the
So do
Christmas.
I say that loud enough that all board members can hear that, please?
So these photos, all the new photos are in a drive.
To include your headshots.
And then if you want, if you're looking for a place where you can keep your photos, you can upload those to the drive too.
I'll do that.
So we have a, you know, central location for everything.
Yes. Yes, oh, sorry. Is there being no other, opposing us adjourning, we are now adjourned.
But do not leave, because
Yes, we gotta take
Marcus is on his
a
way
photo.
down to take a roof photo.
You burned yourself, sweetie? Grab a sweetie.